All right. Good evening, everyone. We are here tonight on Tuesday, the 16th of February, 2021, for a special called session and the agenda setting session of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. Apologize to any viewers or participants, given that we have a slight adjustment to the system tonight to include live public input. And so, as with all new pieces of technology, there will be quirks. So, apologies in advance. I believe we are first going to be called into the special called session, and then we are going to commence with public comment on all matters that are on the agenda tonight for expediency. And we have 9 individuals signed up for public comment. So I'd ask Clerk Spratlin to call the roll, please.
Davenport. Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Blake.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Jensen.
Here.
Poole.
Present.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Handy.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. And again, just because it's difficult to distinguish among intent for public comment, we're going to do all public comment for the evening at the front end. And again, there are 9 participants signed up. So we'll begin with Dorothy O'Neill, then move on to Michael Songster, Aaron Redmond, Mark Abel, John Ritzler, Lauren Blaze, Rodney King, Scott Long, and Juliana Merritt. And so I'm going to go ahead and unmute Dorothy O'Neill so she can begin her 3 minutes. Good evening, Dorothy. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, you are our first test subject. Congratulations.
Thank you. I should get an award, a prize, a cash prize, please. Can you see me?
No, we can only hear you.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So my name is Dorothy O'Neill. For the record, I live at 174 Highland Terrace, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Firefly Trail alignments. I'm a 20-year member of the ACC Rail Trail Committee and also a citizen participant on the ACC user group for the rail trail. I strongly support maintaining the long plan original alignment that follows the rail bed of the now abandoned historic Athens branch of the Georgia Railroad, as it's appeared on the ACC transportation plan for over 20 years. This original alignment is before you as alternate A. So many years ago, when ACC began to debate the fate of the Murmur Trestle, which served as the original Trail Creek crossing in Dudley Park, the question was put to the State Historic Preservation Division to determine if the trestle itself was considered an historic entity. And the answer came back to us sometime later from the state preservationists that while the trestle itself was not deemed historic, the Athens branch Georgia Railroad corridor was determined to be historic. This is part of the Georgia Registry, as I understand it. We need to continue to protect and honor this historic corridor as we move forward to build the Firefly Trail. I really can't, I have a lot to say about this, as most of you know. But I would refer you to a letter that I received yesterday from longtime Rail Trail Committee member Carl Jordan. He says everything much more eloquently than I possibly could. But I do have just a couple of questions put to you real quick. I've got a minute left. Does ACC have, as a government, do we have the will and dedication to stay true to a long-range plan for an historic rail trail that honors the Athens connection to the Georgia Railroad and our railroading history? Do we want to stay true to the concept of the rail trail that offers users from in and out of the county all over the state? We hope the nation an outstanding trail experience that prioritizes safety from vehicle interactions by choosing the original bed that avoids such obstacles to the extent possible. Do we want to honor the public input where some 250 people weighed in? We established a really good public input process. When we did the Trail Creek Bridge, I'd like to see that go on. Majority of respondents, of course, chose to keep the Firefly Trail in the original bed, citing safety more than other factors. I appreciate the work that Patrick's done. Oh, I'm counting down. I'll just skip to the part the trail users come from all over the county and all the districts. Every community member who voted with their dollars, they're through TSPLOST and SPLOST. I ask you to honor these folks and support the Historic Rail Trail Project, as they are too equal participants in the outcome of this. And I did want to thank Patrick for what he's done, but to remember that this is a community-wide trail and the first of what will undoubtedly be very difficult decisions on this project for some of you. Thank you. I'm sorry I went over.
You're muted, Kelly.
Michael, welcome.
Hey, thank y'all. My name is Michael Songster. I'm at 1450 West Hancock Avenue. I'm here representing 100% Athens Renewable Energy Initiative, and I'm speaking to item number 17, the Sustainable Building Policy. We appreciate the work that's been done over the last several months. We believe that the policy is significantly better than it was before, but we also believe that there are 5 items that are out there that still need additional review and consideration. So I'll just go through them quickly, and I've referenced them to the sections that are actually in the draft policy. So section F22, we believe that the percentage of parking lot spaces served by conduit for future EV charging stations should be increased, and a floor of at least 2 spaces should be included. This is a cheap preparation for a future that's closer than we probably think. You know, GM has already stated they're going to zero emission vehicles by 2035. We'll have a lot more electric vehicles. This is a cheap way to make sure that we're prepared to serve them in the future. Section F36, we believe there should be more explicit language ensuring that projects are solar ready. The current draft states that inclusion of solar is a priority and should be considered if feasible, but we believe design should be optimized for solar, whether it's installed at the time of initial construction or at a later date. Number 3 for us is section H. The policy should include energy consumption and greenhouse gas emission reporting to the mayor and commission for certified projects. This would ideally take place as a projected goal at the concept phase and as actual projections at the schematic design approval phase. This information should be provided in a context that makes it clearly understandable for the commission within the goals of our 100% plan. Additionally, after 18 to 24 months, post-completion, there should be a stock taking to understand if our goals and projections were met and what we need to do in the future to meet them on our future projects. Number 4, also in section H, we believe that in addition to third-party certification, there should be a separate energy efficiency target. The position of 100% is that new projects, where it is feasible, that target should be a zero energy building or a zero energy ready building. We understand that ACC has a variety of projects that often don't fit into neat classifications. However, we also build libraries and offices and other projects that are good candidates for zero energy. And we should attempt to craft a policy that is flexible enough to handle both while applying the needed rigor where it is appropriate. Our 5th item is from section J3. And with the 100% clean and renewable energy plan in process, we believe that this policy should be reviewed at the completion of that plan, with revisions made to align the policy with the framework that is developed. And so those are the things that we believe still need to be reviewed.
Thank you.
Oh, great.
Appreciate it much.
The clock is no longer.
All right. I believe our next speaker this evening is Aaron Redman. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Aaron. There you are, Aaron. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gertz. My name is Aaron Redman. I live at 115 Elder Road, and member of the TSPLOST Citizens Advisory Commission and the Athens Motion Commission, speaking in regard to the Firefly alignment, speaking in support of option A, the route that goes along the original rail bed, because it is a much safer option than B and C. Option B presents many issues to users of the Firefly Trail crossing multiple driveways where there could be accidents with people backing out of their driveways and vehicles parked in driveways impeding bicyclists and mobility scooters and people in wheelchairs and users in general. That presents many hazards. The worst option is C, which forces users to cross Moores Grove Road, a road where traffic is, motorists are going 50 miles an hour, and it's very dangerous. As a member of TSPLOST, I can just tell you too that, the original purpose of this, and hopefully, voters voted for TSPLOST to support the Firefly. And right on the TSPLOST website, it says that this will allow, the Firefly will allow for a complete at-grade trail from downtown Athens to the end of the trail at the county line in Winterville. Furthermore, the original mission and vision of the Firefly too on the website as well says that the trail will allow for pedestrians and bicyclists alike to safely participate in activities within Athens-Clarke County without being in close proximity to motor vehicles. So I really think option A really supports that vision and mission at the best by keeping them away from busy roads. And in my own experience too, I worked for the Greenway for 2 years as a part-time employee, maintaining and patrolling the Greenway. And some of you may remember too that there was a section of Greenway that was routed away from the river from College Avenue, along College Avenue and down Willow Street, went away from the river because of one homeowner, unfortunately, who did not want the trail adjacent to his property. And I can tell you from that experience, no one used the trail in that section because it really wasn't a trail, it was a sidewalk, just like option B or C would be. It forced users to cross College Avenue at that busy intersection. And it wasn't until recently, it was about 15 years where that trail was like that, the Greenway. And only recently have they rerouted it and built the section where it was originally intended along the river. And that section gets a lot of use right now. So it's really what the designers intended. And I hope that the Firefly will be as designers intended to and go along the original rail route. That's all I have today and in support of A, and I really appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate it. Coming up next, we've got Mark Abel, then John Ritzler, and then Lauren Blaze. So I'm going to go ahead and get down to Mark Abel. All right, Mark, we should be able to hear you now.
Hello, Mayor Gertz and Commissioners. Thanks for the chance to provide input on this proposal to reroute the Firefly, agenda item 12. My name is Mark Abel, and I live at 582 Pulaski in Athens. I'm a family physician and a public health professor and an advocate for creating a healthier community where there are safe and enjoyable places to walk and bike and run. Our community and its citizens are investing a lot of money to create an incredible amenity in the Firefly Trail. It's going to make it possible to commute to work from Winterville on your bike. It's going to provide a safe place for kids and families and all ages of cyclists to ride in safety. I'm speaking in support of option A, which is actually the only safe option of the three that are being considered. The public comments are clear. It's overwhelmingly the preferred option of respondents to public input. Options B and C are much less safe, forcing cyclists to cross multiple driveways and parking lot entrances. These crossings are especially dangerous, and here's why. Think about the last time you pulled up to an intersection in your car to turn right. I'm sure you were looking to the left as you pulled up, and you kept looking left for oncoming traffic, and when it cleared, you started turning, and then you looked to the right, but only as you began to turn. That's very common behavior. The Firefly is going to have two-way traffic on the Firefly Trail of cyclists and walkers. They're going to be coming from right and left, and they're going to cross all of those driveways and parking lots. It creates multiple conflict zones, multiple opportunities for accidents. One of the options is particularly bad. It even has children crossing a busy road with traffic that routinely exceeds 50 miles an hour. I think that's a terrible idea and very dangerous idea. Finally, I know that neighbors are concerned about having a multi-use path behind their homes. I live on Pulaski Street, and look out at the North Oconee River Greenway from my deck in my backyard that runs behind my backyard. Multi-use paths have been shown to increase property values wherever they've been put in and do not increase crime. There's excellent data nationwide for that. I urge the commissioners to make what I think is the only choice that honors our commitment to TSPLOST voters, that maintains a truly safe trail, and that eliminates the likelihood of an adult or a child being struck or killed by a car or truck on this section of trail. Thanks for allowing me to give my input.
Thanks, Mark. All right, I'm going to move on. John Ritzler's not on the call, so I'm going to move on to Lauren Blaze, then Rodney King, Scott Long, and Merritt Melanson.
Mic check, check, check.
All right, Lauren, we should be able to hear you now.
All right, thank you, Mayor Gertz. I'm Lauren Blaze, 140 Inglewood Avenue. I'm here tonight to speak as chair of the Athens in Motion Commission regarding the Firefly Trail alignments. The Firefly Trail's promise is, quote, a safe off-road resource for walking, running, bicycling, skating, and other non-motorized uses. To that end, the Athens in Motion Commission strongly recommends Route A, the historic railbed alignment, as originally proposed in the SPLOST and TSPLOST referenda. Alternatives B and C, which follow and across Moores Grove Road, cannot be made as safe as Route A, as you heard from Aaron and Mark. Traffic calming takes engineering, psychology, and political will. In bypassing the railbed, we face a different contingency. 6,000 drivers a day who, for as long as they can remember, have sped down this section of Moores Grove Road. A traffic light, the minimum suggestion in our letter, is not a physical barrier. A trail user struck by a car going 40 miles per hour, which is 10 miles per hour below the current posted speed limit, has a mere 20% chance of surviving. 20%. I will now read some of the safety concerns of public commenters who live in Winterville and know the area best. One resident said, "Far from roadways is best. I walk this trail with small children, and I'm always very nervous and concerned for their safety when it's close to a road." Another resident, "Route A is the safest, most scenic, and most direct route. Furthermore, the SPLOST proposal we voted on indicated the trail would follow the old railroad bed. This is what the trail should do." Another resident, "I believe B and C are along a road that is 1, too busy, hazardous for children, 2, too much truck traffic, especially hazardous." Another commenter from Winterville. "As a resident of Winterville, I know that traffic travels at 50 miles per hour coming into town along Moores Grove Road, making crossing at the proposed location, which is north of Oakmont Circle, hazardous for users of the trail. Leaving the Firefly Trail to adhere as closely as possible to the original railbed would provide a safer and more scenic route. I'm a big fan of the Firefly Trail and look forward to safely riding into Athens from Winterville on it one day soon." Another one said, "No matter which route is chosen, someone's not going to like it. I like the old railbed best, partly because it travels away from busy roads. I live across the street and have the old sidewalk in our yard. Pedestrians and bike riders are quiet and don't venture off the sidewalk, at least in my house. Walk the existing trail and you'll see what I mean." Finally, someone said, and there's more comments besides this, but crossing the middle of Moores Grove Road seems like the most dangerous option to me. The Winterville stretch that is complete is staying busy with patrons. It has been an amazing addition to Winterville, and I look forward to the finished project. The Athens in Motion Commission also looks forward to the finished project, a complete rail trail, safe for all users. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Lauren. All right, I'm going to move on in just a second to Rodney King. All right, Rodney, you should be unmuted now. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Gertz. My name is Rodney King. I'm Senior Vice President of Development for Core Spaces, speaking on behalf of the 155 Mitchell Street proposal that you guys discussed a few weeks ago. We just wanted to kind of provide an interim update based on some of the conversations and feedback we've been having in the area. Generally speaking, our goal now is to obviously pursue the 155 Mitchell Street proposal, but we want to include some affordable housing bids based on demand. Our goal is to get 15% of the bids in the project as affordable, with rent levels below the 85% AMI threshold. Also, Our goal is to disperse those beds throughout the building and not have them concentrated in one spot, kind of designating the affordable beds. Generally speaking, to accomplish this, we've removed the first floor commercial because of the location of the project not necessarily being situated around other commercial venues, and it was likely to be unsuccessful. Those are kind of the major components of the update, and we look forward to kind of presenting this in its entirety in the next few weeks. Thanks.
Thanks, Rodney. We appreciate it. All right. I'm going to find Scott Long. All right, Scott, you should be unmuted now. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Scott Long at 180 Clifton Drive. I'm the Executive Director of Bike Athens, and I'm here to speak in support of Option A for the Firefly Trail. This is the historic railbed option, and it follows closely to what the Firefly Trail is supposed to be. Alternative C is attempting to address stormwater, privacy, and cost concerns by shifting towards this road crossing and turning this into a public safety concern. In our view, Option A is the safest, even if you consider improvements to Option C, such as a signalized crosswalk. On streets like Moores Grove with posted speeds of 50 miles an hour, drivers don't typically encounter blinking light crosswalks. And so they may not be effective, putting trail users at greater risk for injury or death. Option C does not lay out how we're going to create this safe and effective crossing of Moores Grove. We have 5,000 to 6,000 cars a day on a road designated 50 miles per hour. Of those, statistically, 16% are going to be going more than 50 miles an hour every day. We know that crashes involving bikes and pedestrians over 40 miles an hour have an 80% chance of fatality, and these cars are going faster than that. Relative to speed, crossing this road is incredibly dangerous. There are a lot of complications when you want to put in a safe crossing. Option C may not be able to have an effective solution here. Based on the road characteristics, we might not warrant a signalized intersection. Even if there is an exemption to put one in, would it actually be effective at creating a safe crossing for pedestrians and people on bikes? RFBs, the blinking lights around crosswalks, aren't supposed to be applicable to roads over 40 miles an hour. Hawk beacons are allowed according to the FHWA. However, these amenities are typically used in a more urbanized setting where people are actually used to seeing pedestrian traffic. Moores Grove is basically a high-speed rural road, and hawk beacons may not be effective given the circumstances of the road. Dropping in safe crossing is not always simple. Option C does itself a disservice at not really defining one, relying heavily on transportation and public works, FHWA, and engineering to create a safe crossing that will actually prevent fatal crashes, because at these speeds, any crash is almost certain to be deadly. It is always safer to cross at a signalized intersection with all the appropriate amenities than a mid-block crossing, which is what Alternative C is proposing. Improving the 5 Points intersection in Winterville will be significantly easier, more cost-effective in the long run, and safer than any mid-block crossing on Moores Grove. I hope that you will consider Option A for the Firefly Trail project. Thank you.
Thanks much, Scott. All right, we have one more bit of public input from Merritt Melanson. Merritt, you should be unmuted now. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well, I just wanted to kind of weigh in here. I don't know, as the mom of a young cyclist and part of a pack that rides the trails a lot and has really come to value the trails during quarantine and during this time at home, I really want to advocate for Route 1. Number one, it's what we originally voted for, and it really has is what we kind of put, what we had envisioned when we were putting together plans as a community. Two, I think the move to especially Route C would just really plummet usage of the trail in general. We're not talking about just the safety of this one little portion. We're talking about the usability of the entire trail. If you take away the safety of one part of it, when you reduce usage, you kind of torpedo your own project. I think it really needs to be as usable as possible, especially for people as a community. We're really getting used to this trail system and how they work. Number three, safety for our youngest cyclists. I'd really love to see my 6-year-old now ride down there ride the whole trail system with her friends as a 12-year-old. And I don't think I would be willing to let her do that if it crossed in front of, actually even near the road, but cross the road or cross in front of the driveways that are in Route B. So that's basically it. I just wanted to kind of weigh in here. I didn't know how many people were going to weigh in, but I really couldn't say anything more than Aaron, Scott, and Lauren said. But I'd really like to just throw my weight behind Route A. I understand that people are concerned about the trail going through their backyard, but I think the numbers out of Atlanta near the Beltline are within a mile of the Beltline. Property values went up between 17 and 26%. So there's really no argument that this would harm their property value or the use of their property. I know along the Greenway, North Oconee Greenway, we use that all the time. No one ever goes in anyone's yard. It's very safe for the homeowners along the way, and I can't think of anything but a benefit to all those homeowners. So I want to say thank you guys for being here and for letting us talk over WebEx. It's pretty cool, and thank you for keeping it going, even though we're in weird places.
Mayor, thank you. And thanks everyone for joining us this evening. We're looking forward to more of this. Okay, everybody. All right. That launched with success. Congratulations all. And thanks to folks in public information for helping to make that possible too. All right, we are going to move on to the items on our special called session agenda. The first of which is a matter of old business, our AXON services and equipment contract extension. Be glad to open for discussion or a motion if any commissioner would like to indicate such. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Myers. You're muted. I think you were unmuted for a moment.
Okay. I just wanted to ask Judd if he would review the changes to the contract and explain what they mean to the commission and to the public who are watching as well, because we've changed this since we brought it up for a vote last time.
Yes, Commissioner Myers, I'm happy to. So I revised the master services and purchasing agreement. The primary change relates to initially I had a 5-year term. I changed that in section 2 to basically 5 one-year renewable terms, and added the option for the commission to be able to terminate the agreement at any time. In addition, in section 3 regarding payment, I specifically amended the agreement to provide how much we'd be paying each year under the agreement. There is an initial term and then 4 renewal terms and a final renewal term. The initial term and the final renewal term are partial years. The insurance provision in section 12 was revised, working with our risk management department, LaWa Howard, to match what we as a unified government Athens-Clarke County require in all of our contracts from an insurance perspective. And then finally, in section 17, section 17, the termination provision, that provision was revised to clarify our right to terminate and to not appropriate funds, to continue the agreement, and should the commission desire to terminate this agreement early, and to give that option. Last, section 19.12, which was revised just to clarify that our previous agreements with AXON are being terminated to make sure there was no misunderstanding there. So those are the major changes to the agreement. In essence, these changes address a concern expressed by some of the commissioners relative to making sure we're able to terminate it. But I will say that we always review all of our agreements because we're generally required by Georgia law under multi-year contracts. They had to provide that we had the right to terminate them on an annual basis for non-appropriation of funds. And so we were just simply making the contract comply with our normal contracting procedures, while it does address the concern that some of the commissioners had.
Thanks, Judd. Any follow-up questions, Carol?
Okay, no, that satisfies me. When we originally, on my very first meeting, came up here, I just wanted to make sure that we as a commission, as we go along and further our discussions about the criminal justice system and public safety, that as we have public discussions that involve the public and the police department, we have options to adjust our contracts with AXON in the future. And this satisfies my desire for that. So I'll make a motion to approve it Is that the right way?
I second it.
Man, Ovita beat me.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Thornton. And I've got input from Commissioners Link, Hool, and Wright in that order. And then Denson.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out there's some cost savings noted. And I just want to make sure that we recognize that cost savings through this contract renewal, and that we apply that savings to preventative measures, crime preventative measures and mental health issues. And maybe that's something we could bring before the public safety committee and find a good outlet for that savings so we can begin to invest more in these preventative measures.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. Commissioner Hool?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess speaking of that point, I'd just like to clarify for my colleagues that we're not spending less money by making this contract than we have been spending previous years. We're still increasing the overall amount of money that we're spending to AXON for body cams and tasers. It's just that the amount is being presented as savings because it's less than they would otherwise charge us if we didn't combine the devices into a single agreement over a 5-year term like this. So we're not freeing up some pot of money to spend elsewhere by doing this. We're just committing ourselves to a lesser increase. I think that's a key distinction, and it also, I guess, further undergirds why I don't believe this is the best way to spend $250,000 a year, which is just under half of the total cost of the contract. I really appreciate the work that's been done by my colleagues and the attorney to really dig into the terms of this contract and to see if there's a way to opt out. But based on the fact that we still have tasers that our police department can be equipped with, that are tested on a regular basis and can be replaced on an ad hoc basis if need be, I don't want us to confuse a warranty expiration for the newest, most expensive tech device with those devices not working. And I think we need to be mindful of the fact that this is a tech company that basically has a monopoly on these devices, and that has made clear that in 5 more years, these warranties will expire and we'll have another one that's probably going to be even more expensive. And I also think there are a lot of lingering questions about the safety and effectiveness of tasers overall. But, sparing us talking that to death, I'll avoid reiterating, arguments I've made in past meetings and by email. And with all due respect to my colleagues' diligent work on this, I would like to make a substitute motion to deny, if I could get a second from someone to entertain a vote on that at least.
There's a substitute motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Parker. All right.
Really quick, I'm sorry. So just for clarification, Commissioner Hool, your motion is to deny particularly the taser portion of the contract?
Correct. And since we're under a contract for the body cameras for another 3 years, it would basically just be denying this item.
Gotcha.
All right. Substitute motion and a second. Commissioner Wright has deferred comment, and so I'm going to move on to Commissioner Denson.
Wait a minute. I'm going to take my spot back because that was when it was the other motion.
Okay. Go right ahead, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah. I also want to thank all the hard work that's gone through this since December and likely even before that. I believe that the best equipment that investment for our public safety and for the public is embedded in this. I'm particularly impressed with the tasers coming out of their holster, making the camera turn on so that while there's other things going on that officers don't have to be concerned about the camera. I know that when we made that initial investment in the body cameras, it was really big price tag, but I think that we've gotten our money's worth and some from supplying that for our officers as well as for the public's knowledge of what we've been able to learn from those cameras. I wanted to add that in there after that, the new motion on the floor.
Thanks, Commissioner Wright. I'm going to move forward to Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, with the new motion, I guess I really just have a question. I guess a question to Manager Williams, because after going through the contract details that we got this weekend, and to be completely transparent, there's some things in there that I think are a bit of a waste of money, but it does seem to include stuff for our body cameras. From what I can tell, the evidence.com access licenses seem to be in this contract, along with AXON camera refresh ones. So I don't know if you can clarify if this contract does have something to do with our camera and body cams and our video storage.
I believe it does, and we have Chief Sproul on the line. And Chief, would you like to weigh in on that?
Sure. Included in that contract is storage for all of our video related evidence. So it would include that. And there's also a feature that allows a citizen who has digital evidence or wants to provide us with a picture or a short video to access a site where they can drop that video in, and we would be able to access it also. So it's a median where all the storage of video evidence in the past contract has been included and will be included going forward with more features that will improve our efficiency as far as dealing with obtaining and retaining digital data.
Okay, if I can give a follow up, then just to get clarity, then if we were not to renew this contract tonight, would that have an impact on our body cam system that we currently have now?
So we remember we still are in a we still have and we're entering the third year of a 5-year contract. So for 3 more years we would be in that contract. Digital storage is part of that contract. But there are some features with the new contract that would not be available in the old contract.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you.
Thanks. Any follow-up, Tim, or is that everything? Okay. Any other input? Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, just to follow up on what was recently said. So I think to clarify, we're talking about establishing a new contract that combines the existing body cam contract with a new taser contract. But the body cams and our ability to have and store that info, that digital storage, we continue to have whether we deny this contract or not. It's just those additional features, some of which I'm not convinced that we need, that are built into this contract. And as far as the cameras turning on automatically, among the many things our police department does well is use their body cams. So while that feature I think might be a really useful one in other departments where you have trouble getting compliance from officers and utilizing their body cameras, in ACCPD, we haven't had an issue really of officers not using their body cameras. So while that feature might seem like a cool selling point, I'm not really sure it actually does anything for us. Certainly, again, we're talking about $250,000. And think about, we're talking about how we're trying to pay our public safety officials better. We're talking about how we want to get other programming going that's preventative in this community. We're talking about a need, many, many needs to try to meet in our community, and trying to figure out how to prioritize costs. And is $250,000 a year for the latest tech weapon really the best use of our funds this year? Or can we work with what we've already got and, maybe consider this down the road if we really think that we really need to upgrade to the latest model?
I neglected to recognize Commissioner Parker. I apologize in my tech efforts here. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just about to ask. I know it's hard with me not on the screen, and sorry for those watching and wondering where I am. I am calling in from my phone because my computer is really struggling with WebEx. But and also I'm watching the video online, and so I'm unable to see the clock. Just let me know when I'm out of time. It's like a little bit behind on the screen that I'm viewing, but I wanted to first start out and thank Commissioner Myers for the work that she's done to get the best contract possible for the taser specifically. I share her concern that we have flexibility to pivot in response to community input around public safety. And I appreciate the way that this revised contract gives us that leeway to sort of incorporate community input and tailor our response to public safety concerns at a later date. But I wonder when that pivot is coming. You know, it's been 6 months since, you know, we've just started working with the Safety and Justice Committee and started to have more regular work sessions. And I just, as I think Commissioner Houle alluded to, we're spending a lot of money on prevention, or we're spending a lot of money on reaction, and I fear not enough money on prevention. I think we had really robust and heartening discussion on Thursday's retreat, deconstructing the problem of public safety. And in numerous sub-areas of our discussion, we talked about lack of things, lack of good jobs, driving the underground economy and property crime, lack of youth opportunities, leading youth to organize around crime, lack of mental health supports leading to behavioral issues. But these lacks, I emphasize then and want to re-emphasize now, are policy choices. We're choosing to underfund opportunities to keep our youth out of trouble. We're choosing to underfund mental health. We're choosing to underfund economic development that gives everyone a living wage job, so they're not, you know, getting gunned down in a drug deal. And so, in the spirit of, I think that focus on the underlying causes and that new reorientation towards prevention and sort of trying to live the principle of that shift, until I see more material commitment to that kind of harm prevention and to making our communities whole, I, at the present moment, don't feel comfortable throwing my weight behind significant investments in reactionary types of public safety response. So I'm going to jump in with Commissioner Houle and recommend that we deny the contract.
Thanks, Commissioner Parker. Any further input before we vote on the substitute motion?
Mayor, if I could have one more comment. Thank you. With this, I like Commissioner Parker brought up the Safety and Justice Committee, and I guess to you, Mayor, and I know we've talked about this a little bit, like vaguely as we restructure this contract, with the idea that we would do that so that we could bring in that public input and discussion about if we want to have tasers as a long-term option for officers. I mean, can we go ahead and commit that we're going to have, if we approve this contract, that we can have the tasers and specifically with AXON, this contract sent to that committee to have advisement come from them back to the commission about renewing that contract?
I'd say, Commissioner Denson, that body, the Safety and Justice Group, probably will be beginning with a more holistic view, and certainly with a key focus on integrating non-weapon-based responses. I've had conversations as recently as this afternoon with the manager as we prepare for the coming fiscal year, and a straightforward request of mine is ensuring that we're committing as many resources as necessary to outreach, to coordination, to behavioral health needs, much as we've seen communities like Eugene, Oregon, and more recently Albuquerque and others do. Certainly, I'm happy to have the group look at, what our array of tools and resources are. I wouldn't say it's probably the first thing in the gate.
Sure. Okay. And I would agree with that. Obviously, I don't think it would be the first thing, but hopefully before this contract comes back to renewal in that second year would be great. And I guess just on those points, my bigger goal and hope and vision, I guess, is that we can get to a point where we have in Athens-Clarke County, we have de-weaponized officers. We don't have a need for it, and specifically around guns. Honestly, my bigger priority would be if that we can figure out a way that officers don't need to have guns, rather than not need to have tasers. That is my priority. And so, since I am at this point not fully convinced that removing tasers would somehow end up in a increase or decrease in the guns. I guess I think the best outcome we could have is if that committee was studying these things to give that opinion back to us. So if we can do that, I would be more in favor of supporting this.
I'm going to circle back to Commissioner Link, Commissioner Myers, and Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I think we're kind of having a chicken, egg, cart, horse conversation here. You know, with the idea that we want to take this tool away from the police, with the idea that in and of itself is going to reduce the need for it, which I think is putting the cart before the horse. You know, I'm not snorting rainbows here. We know that there is certainly a lot of responses to people in violent states. And I would much rather our police officers have access to functional tasers than reach for their guns, or have a taser malfunction and have them be forced to reach for their guns, or have a taser malfunction and the officer end up being injured or killed. So I'm going to support the initial motion to go ahead and see this year-by-year contract renewed and leave it to that Public Safety and Justice Committee to start coming up with a plan for implementing those preventative measures. So hopefully, you know, maybe when it comes time to renew this contract next year or the year later or whatever, you know, then we can have the conversation about whether or not we need these particular tools.
Over to Commissioner Myers and then Commissioner Houle.
Mayor Gertz, I just want to make the same point that Commissioner Denson made about the Safety and Justice Commission that are looking at this in this discussion of public safety. And speaking in terms of that commission, I hope that commission will be doing some further outreach to a larger group of the population like we've been seeing done in so many of our different initiatives, and we've done a pretty good job about that. Really trying imaginative ways to really hear from the public. I think a lot of the points that Commissioner Houle makes are very valid points, questioning and thinking about how we use tasers, whether they're effective. I think right now our police officers and many of our public do believe that they're very effective. And in fact, they may be really effective. And so I want to just make sure that we do have those conversations, not just among that commission, but with the larger community as well. Do you anticipate that the Safety and Justice Commission will be having opportunities for more people in the community to speak?
Yeah, well, they will convene regularly. They'll certainly be doing outreach well beyond their group. That won't be a hermetically sealed body, you know, both in terms of community interest here, looking at other communities, and gathering data.
Kelly, I don't think my video is working.
No, you're good now, Vita.
Okay. I was going to sit here quietly, and I guess I'm going to say something. I'm going to support the original motion. I agree with everything and the intent of where we want to get to as far as safety is concerned. But we're not there. And we have had killings in this community that our officers have had to put themselves on the line. And I think we should give them the best and the most we could do for their protection. They need to go home to their families also. But we also need to be able to see what is going on. Commissioner Houle brought up the money issue. There is no dollar amount on a life, no matter whose it is. And I think it seems that it seems like we're mixing apples and oranges when I think about some of our past votes on different things. And I think that these officers need to have not only the tasers, but they need to have our support as commissioners. I think that Commissioner Myers, she has done her homework. She always does her homework, and she's objective. I can't say that about all the other commissioners. We come in there with our prejudices and our idealisms, and we push it or try to push it on other folk. This is about safety, not just about money. Now, she's put in safeguards that we could move, get out of these agreements. We can make some adjustments with the committee as they start developing. I don't know how much more we could do without saying how much we do not support our police that support us every day. Even those of us who don't support them, they still protect us. We nitpick over the wrong. Let's talk about some other things later. Find out where some other dollars are. Let's look at our budget and get the mental health going. I've been on this commission since 2018 talking about cahoots. Let's do it. And we don't have to take away money to do all that good mental health stuff and support stuff some of us are talking about.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to circle back to Commissioner Houle and then Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know this is my third and final, so make my final plea here. I think the first thing I really want to clarify and reiterate for everyone is that denying this contract does not take away tasers. It was made clear in December that our officers are going to continue to have and use tasers whether we take on this contract or not. It's just that we'd be replacing them as needed instead of taking on a contract that commits us to getting the latest, greatest model for everything. And I want to emphasize that this is a tech company. AXON is a tech company with a monopoly on these devices who can and will keep, inventing new ways to make devices that seem like they justify an ever higher cost and keep adding add-ons into contracts that seem justified. And so we can take $250,000 in the next budget and put it into committing to this contract now, or we can put it into any of the things that I think we all know we want to fund. And it's going to be hard to find a way to fund cahoots, find a way to fund raises for our public safety officers, find a way to fund other preventative programs, like the CDC's gang violence, street outreach prevention programs and things like that. Like there are lots of programs we've discussed that would be really good that require operational funding. Operational funding is tough to get. You can get it from the general fund. The general fund is what's going to pay for this. And so this is flexible $250,000 a year that can go to basically anything we choose. And we can put it into this latest and greatest tech company's model, or we can put it into something else. AXON's not going to hesitate to jump on signing a contract with us a year from now. If a year from now it seems very clear we really need the latest and greatest model. But maybe we can do something else with that $250,000 this year instead. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the reasons why I kind of came around to, this position was thinking about, the idea that, as Commissioner Link brought up, we don't want people drawing guns, and we don't want people accidentally getting shot because we don't have these weapons available to our police officers. But I just wanted to point folks back to some, evidence that was both presented by Commissioner Houle in an email several weeks ago, and it's backed up by evidence here locally that the use of tasers or the presence of tasers in an escalated interaction doesn't necessarily reduce the use of lethal force. We saw a case in 2019 where a woman was shot even after a taser was deployed here in Athens-Clarke County and ended up losing her life. Use of lethal force has gone up since we implemented tasers in 2015. And we've also been told that the kinds of incidents that warrant lethal use of force may have increased, necessitating that kind of response. But I just worry deeply that in continually investing and reacting to crime and still seeing increases in the type of crime that of this nature and the what Commissioner Thornton is talking about with like these young people losing their lives. We're still seeing this go on. Something just isn't working. And so I really hope that we can look at data and look at what's working in other places, as Commissioner Thornton brought up with cahoots, but also community-based programming in other cities that helps de-escalate, gang interactions and things of that nature. These models exist out there, rather than getting caught up on ad hominem attacks on other things of that sort. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, everybody ready to vote on the substitute motion? All right, Madam Clerk, if you could do a roll call beginning with Commissioner Houle.
Houle?
Yes.
Edwards?
No.
Myers?
No.
Thornton?
No.
Amby?
No.
Davenport?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Blink?
No.
Wright?
No.
Denson?
No.
2 no, 8 yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll return to the original motion.
Wright?
I believe it starts with Myers.
Myers, that's correct.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
Yes.
Amby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Parker?
No.
Blink?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Denson?
Yes.
Houle?
No.
Edwards?
Yes.
8 yes, 2 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, we are moving forward in our agenda to new business. And we have 2 resolutions in front of us to consider under suspension of rules. I'll entertain a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Houle for suspension of rules. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, the first of the 2 resolutions is one that's been under development for quite a while regarding Linnentown. We, of course, are doing quite a bit of work in some of the same areas, pieces of our geography that were the subject of removal of people from their homes and neighborhoods and families in the 1960s in Athens. And so the first of these that's getting a specific resolution is the Linnentown area, but it won't be the last as we continue to do similar work in other pieces of our geography. I want to offer a great deal of thanks to Commissioners Parker and Hamby, who both served on the committee that vetted this. I also want to give great appreciation to the chair of that committee, Hattie Whitehead, who's been shepherding this process for a number of years now, prior to the committee's existence and then through it. On staff level, thanks very much to Crystal Coburn, everybody in the attorney's office, Manager Williams, and others who've been thoughtful and diligent in moving forward. And I know I've gotten some questions and remarks and calls from folks suggesting, there's some language in here that's sharp, and I think that's fair to say. But what I'd offer to a lot of people is that the public record is very clear, and you can look at the public comments of then Senator Herman Talmadge, who was involved in a lot of the negotiations between the state and the federal government during the urban renewal period. And you can look at contemporaneous remarks on film. There are hours and hours of WSB archives that you can see archived right here in the Peabody and Special Collections libraries during the period of desegregation of the University of Georgia that was, again, contemporaneous to the removal of the Linnentown neighborhood. And if you think anything in this resolution is sharp, it's nothing compared to the traumatic comments that were made in a lot of those films. And so I would direct people there. But really, more than anything, what this does, more than looking back, more than casting sorrow upon the very dire circumstances that were thrust upon people. It's also looking ahead, and it's asking, how do we cast new light and new opportunity upon the population of Athens today, particularly for those descendants and relatives of the largely Black community of Linnentown. So I want to make that clear to everybody that this is looking forward. I'm going to go ahead and ask for any public input. I know Commissioner Parker has expressed desire, so I'm going to begin with her.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, would love to thank the dedicated organizers that had patience with the local government through this process. Hattie Whitehead, Geneva Blasingame, Bobby Crook, Therese Berry, Jennifer Rice, Broderick Flanagan, Joey Carter. I know I'm leaving a lot of people out, but to everyone that spoke up and who pushed, refused to take no for an answer, I commend you, and I think that we are a better government as a result of your work. I think it's important for us to understand what this resolution does, because I've received some emails from folks excited about it, but perhaps operating off of old knowledge of what was in it. And so I just wanted to break down a couple of points really quick. It does acknowledge the injustice of urban renewal and claim responsibility for righting those wrongs, though it does not directly claim our responsibility as local government for those wrongs. Take that as you will. In terms of recognition, it does set in motion work toward recognition of what was lost at that actual site where Linnentown once was, in committing us to seek out the creation of a wall recognition on site. And the committee is already underway in planning the site. And I'm very excited for that work to continue, because keeping that memory alive is a very important part of this work. In terms of redress, it empowers the Justice and Memory Committee to make budget recommendations for operational capital projects in areas such as affordable housing, economic development, public transportation, and public art, as redress for past harms and foster future reinvestment in historically underfunded communities, which I think is important work to do, but it does not provide material redress for the families and the descendants of Linnentown that were harmed. And I think it's an important distinction to clarify that the public may benefit from, understanding. And that's work that we can't do as a local government. But I urge, citizens of Athens to think about what that work looks like in your private lives, within your churches, within your institutions, of what that material redress for folks harmed by urban renewal and similar acts of white supremacy can mean as a community, not necessarily led by the local government in this specific way. And speaking of institutions, and cut me off, I don't know how much time I have left. It indicates our interest in seeking partnership with the University of Georgia, righting the wrongs of urban renewal, but we cannot guarantee that they will join us with us in that work. And that's where the public comes in, I think. It's putting that continued pressure on them that they do the right thing and join with us in, both fostering the wall of recognition on site and these other projects that are a part of the asks of the Linnentown Memory and Justice Committee. But I wanted to, close with two things. As I said in a meeting a year ago, and reiterate now, the process through which we came to this resolution was still rife with white supremacy, in that the majority white body and majority white attorneys and a majority white state legislator get to determine what redress and recognition look like for the community that was harmed by white supremacy. And so I want to invite everyone into the work of thinking long and hard about what dismantling white supremacy within our local government looks like, because as Mayor Gert said, this is just a beginning, and a beginning that I am very, very excited about and grateful for. And so this is not the closing of a book, it was the beginning of a writing of a new chapter. And so thanks again to everyone that started writing this chapter with us.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input from commissioners? Commissioner Link, and then Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody who did the hard work in getting us here. I'm very eager to vote on this and to see us act upon it in the near future, and to kind of keep the spirit of this resolution in mind with everything we do going forward. I first learned about Linnentown probably about 10 years ago or so, when I went on the tour, the African American History Tour with Ms. Rosa Thurman. That was run by what's now Historic Athens. And I had no idea, I consider myself, pretty aware of local history, but when we drove down Baxter Street and she pointed out those dorms and said there used to be an African American neighborhood there, I started looking into it and realized what went down. And when I ran for office in 2014 and started going door to door in neighborhoods and talking to folks about issues that they were concerned about, I had so many older Black residents talk about how they were afraid the university was going to come and take their homes. They saw these high rises going up downtown, and I started making the connection that Linnentown is visceral to these folks. These are folks that were alive and well in the early 60s and saw their friends and neighbors' homes get taken and replaced by high-rise student housing. These neighborhoods are still under threat by that. And our zoning allows it in some areas. So I feel like we really, as a body, as a governing body, need to take a close look at our laws on the books and how the injustices of Linnentown continue in this day and age as African American families, working class families, are being driven out of their longtime neighborhoods. And it's not because of eminent domain and public funding these days. It's very much because of the market, and it's a market driven by student housing and the wealth of these very privileged transients that come and go from our community. But as a governing body, we're the ones who set the rules that allow the kind of housing to go in certain places. So I would ask that we, as we move forward with taking a look at our land use map, we deeply, deeply consider where student housing can go and where it should go. And we open a conversation with the university about using their land for more of this housing. The UGA still owns hundreds and hundreds of acres, still very conveniently located. So I hope that this is just the beginning of a conversation about student housing and the displacement of Black families, working class families, and long-term residents in general as that student housing projects move forward.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very excited for us to be able to hopefully pass this here in just a moment, and have great appreciation for everyone who worked on this, definitely to Commissioner Parker, but especially to the Linnentown residents, the people who lived this history, who've kept this history alive. And I think that this is another one of the perfect models, I know I've said this before, about creating legislation about governing, that our governance doesn't have to be the elected officials completely divided off from the people they represent. It works the most beautifully when we're working hand in hand with each other, trying to find justice, trying to create that best model legislation. And that's what's happened here with having residents like Hattie Whitehead and Eva Johnson and Bobby Crook being involved in the actual creation of this legislation, along with organizers like Joey Carter, Rochelle Berry, and everybody else that's been on the committee. And so I'm glad we're doing this, and I hope we keep pursuing this. And I think another way that we're showing our dedication to this is also how, with another bottom that was raised during urban renewal, the bottoms that turned into Bethel homes, I am very glad and appreciative of how we are going about that redevelopment in that area in a very different manner. We're doing it hand in hand with the residents, empowering the residents, having the residents actually have a part of that and a say in that actual the way that neighborhood is going to look in the future and how it's going to be done. So I hope this is just the beginning as we move forward. And this victory really belongs to the residents of Linnentown and everyone in our community who was just seeking to have justice even after all these years. And I would be remiss not to, like, as Commissioner Parker brought up, that it is difficult for us to face our history, especially white people like myself in this community, and to really grapple with the role that some of our ancestors and other folks with the same color skin as us and what they did and how they treated and the institutions that were involved in that, such as the University of Georgia. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for them to work with us to redress this and to and to make it good, as Miss Hattie has said. That university, when this happened, when those homes were raised and the student housing was built there, it was built for a university that did not allow Black people to go to it. So I don't think we can ignore that. No institution can ignore that. So I am very hopeful that this is the beginning of a larger process that will involve the University of Georgia for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. I'll use my 3 minutes very shortly. I want to thank Joey for starting this. We've talked. He's very passionate. But I do want to thank Hattie for stepping in and learning and using her knowledge and her expertise. This should not have come to a point where the City Hall was engulfed with people that were very passionate. It should not have gotten to that point. But if that's what it took to get us to move, so be it. It's very interesting that, to me, the Linnentown project exemplifies what I was trying to articulate with the Black Lives Matter movement. What happened here, not nationally, but some of our commissioners didn't see it that way. But this is a perfect example of the Athens Black Lives Matter. Black lives have always mattered. The other thing I want to bring up, and again, I appreciate some of my commissioners sharing their passion, but some of it to me is not as sincere as I would like for it to be. But this is a beginning. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. This is a beginning, but the same power that dismantled Linnentown and other Black communities is the same type of power that is dismounting communities today. We're going to be in the same conversation if we do not work with our university, if we don't work with developers. Commissioner Link kind of led off in that, but it seems like this works when it works for us and what we feel good about, and not our community as a whole. So maybe this is a good start. I'm gonna be optimistic. Kudos again to Hattie, her Bobby, Miss Blassingame, Joey. But don't pat yourselves on the back right now, because it's what we do from this day forward, how we're going to be remembered.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input? Yeah, Commissioner Davenport.
So I am going to support this. I already spoke with Ms. Whitehead. I want to commend my fellow commissioners and community leaders for getting us to this point. I do just got a question. Well, not necessarily a question, but just a comment that, like, one of the pieces of the puzzle is University of Georgia, and and I hope that we understand that we need to reach out to University of Georgia in hopes of completing, some of the caveats of this resolution. But the best way to build a better relationship with University of Georgia is to build a bridge instead of a wall. I just think some of us don't realize that some of the rhetoric and the politics that we play creates that barrier. And, I'm willing to work with University of Georgia. I'm willing to work with stakeholders, but we don't have to always storm the building to have that conversation. Sometimes it's easier just, to break bread with someone to get things done. But I do commend the work that has been done. I do want to send my olive branch to the University of Georgia. But there is another thing I would like to mention, but I will need more minutes than 3 minutes to say. But if anyone else has any questions or comments, please feel free.
Any others? Yeah, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to, I'd also like to thank you, Mayor Gertz, for your proclamation of apology. I think that's an important piece that exists alongside this. And I know it's something that the residents who have worked on this resolution asked for. And I'm really excited that this body is in an official capacity joining in the struggle for recognition and redress. And I hear what Commissioner Thornton is saying about, like, there's a lot more we need to do to act to make good on the language of this resolution. And so I just want to emphasize that there's still lots to do after today. And I really hope that this body will prioritize the therefores that are built into this resolution in the days and the years ahead. And I just can't thank enough the work of the residents who've pushed for this. It's really been a struggle. I mean, even before there was a resolution, there was decades of struggle before the resolution. But this resolution took more than a year of persistence. And I know that there's been a lot of frustration shared by folks who first drafted this and have been trying to push it forward. And so I really feel like this body ultimately owes anything that has our name on it today to the work of our residents. And I hope that in the future, there will be a more meaningful collaboration between the county government as an institution and residents who are directly affected to advance this kind of work, hopefully expeditiously and also very effectively to accomplish the redress portion of this. And I did also I don't know where Commissioner Parker is, but I believe that Commissioner Parker had a friendly amendment to make on behalf of the residents' request about the HB 40 portion of this. So
yeah, if you want to do it, that's cool. But there was a small change I'd like to request, just for, I guess, factual accuracy. And I'm trying to find where in the resolve it is. Give me just 1 second. In essence, Congress, for many, many years, a piece of legislation, House Bill 40, has been brought up year after year for vote. The Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. And so in the current text, it's on page 3. It says, in 2019, Congress passed HR 40. I believe the correct language would be that Congress introduced HB 40 because it was not passed, but it was brought before Congress for consideration for if it should. So I just wanted to make sure that was appropriate spelled out here.
So I believe just the modification in language would be Congress considered HR 40.
Introduced for HB 40, I think, for factual accurate.
And just for historical accuracy, yeah, I mean, it had been a resolution considered for a couple of decades in Congress.
Yeah.
So does everybody see that? It's on page 3. It's the fourth whereas.
So is that a motion, Commissioner Parker?
Oh, I guess if no one has moved yet to approve, I meant to do that and got super in my feels earlier. So I will motion to approve with the amended language surrounding HB 40.
Second.
All right. Got a motion for approval of the resolution from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Houle. I think I saw Commissioner Commissioner Denson, so I want to recognize him.
I was just trying to point out the same clerical error that we already fixed, so thank you.
Perfect. All right. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm taking in my colleagues' feedback and recognize that, as time has passed while this resolution has wound through the committee and the levers of government, I often think back to the role I played at the very beginning, and I was wrong, and I took issue with the term terrorism, and as time has worn on and I have thought more deeply about it, I came to realize that my pragmatic desire to try to get something passed with as many people at the table as possible clouded my judgment and was really a disservice to what happened and a disservice to this process, because In fact, it was an act of terrorism to forcibly remove these people from their homes. The folks like Hattie Whitehead and Miss Geneva Johnson and Bobby Crook. It was an act of white supremacy. Back in the 1950s and 60s especially, the major institutions in Georgia and in this country were absolutely defined by white supremacy. And viewing the leading roles that Senator Richard Russell played in this process and thinking about how he led the Southern filibuster against anti-lynching bills for years in the Senate, this process here in Athens was an act of white supremacist terrorism. And I just thank the survivors of that terrorism for the grace that they provided me to give me the time to really think deeply about this and come to understand the role that was played by our government in the university system of Georgia. And so I'm very thankful for Hattie Whitehead and the others who gave me that grace to come around and recognize that this pragmatic approach to try to get unanimous votes sometimes comes at the cost of telling the truth that needs to be told. And I'm very happy that this is now coming up for a vote, and I'm looking forward to vote in favor of it.
Thanks, Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Myers.
I just want to say, of course, I am total support of this. I want to give my time as much as possible over to Commissioner Davenport, who I know has words to share, but I am just very proud of this community and about this commission and all the people who've been involved in this. It's an incredible community conversation that's gone on, and I don't know, I guess I just want to reach out through this media tonight to Hattie Whitehead, Geneva Johnson, Bobby Crook, all the other members of Linnentown, and all the other. I just want to point out too that in Section 1, we're acknowledging the fundamental injustice and resulting harm to Linnentown, but to all other members of the Black communities here as a result of our past actions. So I am totally in support of this, of course, and I want to give the rest of my time to Patrick to speak for more than 50 minutes if he likes.
Commissioner Davenport.
All righty. It's going to be longer than 3 minutes, but I just want to reiterate, I'm going to approve this, but there's something that's been weighing on my chest, and I feel that it needs to be said. I'm going to speak to the white people. I'm going to speak to the Black people. I'm going to speak to everybody as a whole, excuse me. But just some of the comments and some of the things that's been going on is I think it needs to be addressed. But one of the things that I remember with Dr. Bellamy when he came in, please forgive me if I got his name wrong, when he came and spoke with the new commissioner, he talked about be wary of the politician. And oftentimes many people say, oftentimes people hear me say, I don't want to be a politician, I just want to be the everyday person. What that really means is the fact that like some politicians, elected officials, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. They're not sincere. They have whatever motives they may have, but they're just looking out for the next election and stuff like that. But for me, I try to look at the bigger picture, the 30,000 view and down. And I'm getting a little emotional, but bear with me. But I remember last year, 2020 actually, before COVID broke out, something stirred in my soul that I had to go meet Hattie Whitehead in person. And I remember me and Miss Whitehead met at Panera Bread around this time last year, and I stated that I will do everything in my power to make sure that the Linnentown resolution does not see the light of day. And I meant that. And I still kind of mean it today. So to the white people, I don't want nothing from you. I don't want your guilt. I don't want your, and this is Patrick speaking as a commissioner, and this is Patrick speaking as a resident of Athens-Clarke County. I don't want anything for you. I don't want your pity. I don't want the 40 acres and the mule. I don't want redress. I don't want reparations. Because what's the point? What's the point when tomorrow we're going to have someone who's going to put a knee to my neck? What's the point tomorrow when I can't stand before a judge and get fair and impartial judgment? What's the point if I can't even walk down in my own neighborhood with a bottle of tea and a bag of Skittles because someone fears me just because of color of my skin? This resolution is good, but to me, it's an insult.
Oh shit.
The bigger picture, the biggest ask that I ask for white people is to literally thank you for your support for Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your support of supporting me and being my friend. But the biggest thing you can do for us or for me, I'm not speaking for all Black people, I'm just speaking for me, is to go to your discriminating, bigoted, racist brothers and sisters and just have a conversation with them. Tell them that there's nothing wrong if I'm in South Georgia looking at an empty house, that you should not be the judge, jury, and executioner and shoot me just because you think I'm robbing somebody. We, Black people, and I'm speaking for myself, we've had that conversation. A Black man stood on the foot of the Lincoln Memorial speaking, said, hey, we need to have equality. But at some point, we got to realize that the conversation shouldn't be held with us. It should be held with white people. And to Black people. Now, Black people, for the love of God, we have to cut the white man's puppet string. Because we all know who wrote this resolution. We all know who's behind it. There's not a single person who called me, emailed me that was Black in support of this resolution. Sometimes white people have ulterior motives, and what they do is they try to use Black causes to get their way. Because if you read this resolution as it's written, you'll understand that. Now, I'm going to say that for the fact that I know if Reverend Killian was alive today, he would have some choice words. Perfect example. My family has been in this community for 8 generations, born and raised here. 8 generations. That's more than any commissioner can say. What are the absolute odds that I don't know a single family member who lived on Baxter Hill, lived in Linnentown, in that area, who told me a different story? And by the way, urban renewal is much more than just UGA and the Linnentown residents. So we got to tell the whole story. Secondly, when it comes to eminent domain, when it comes to urban renewal, when it comes to condemnation, it's all the same thing. Why do Linnentown was 60 years ago? There are people who have redress against this community, this government right now, so much so that a sister came before us in 2019 during the 2020 SPLOST process to talk about redress of a particular community in Athens-Clarke County. They are dying of AIDS. They did not wait 60 years. They have complained from day one. They have come year to year to the mayor commissioner, to lawyers, to governing bodies and complained. And what have we done? Nothing. Think about, and by the way, do you think Chicopee complex were all white? Literally, urban renewal, condemnation is all the same thing. So, there have been pockets of neighborhoods that we have vanished by this government in itself. After the 1960s, Black farmers were pushed out. Black resident was pushed out. What do you think happened to all the Black people at the mall? They got pushed out. Minor Street, the plaza. There were folks back in the 70s and 80s who were making $5 an hour of equivalent of today's money, and they built their homes by hand. But the white man came in and said, you know what, your house is deplorable. We're going to build something nice. The same thing. But people want to put Linnentown as the pedestal, when so many people who are now today fighting this government doesn't get a say. So I'm going to support this, and I wish for the best, but this is the reason why before I even became a commissioner, I said that Black people, we need to have a summit. We need to have a talk. Because if we don't realize who's speaking for us, our history is going to get whitewashed. So I think this resolution is an insult to all the people who have suffered grievances for the government. I don't know why Linnentown is being put on a pedestal, but at the end of the day, Black people, we got to speak for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your words. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. One word modification. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. More work to do. We have one additional resolution, just a single page in support of repealing the Georgia Stand Your Ground legislation. I've been working for a number of years with the Everytown organization to work for gun safety. And we know that application of the existing Stand Your Ground statewide code has had deadly circumstances, and some data enumerated in the resolution related to that. So entertain any discussion or a motion.
I'll move to accept.
I'll second. And I'd also like to ask if we could have a moment of silence for Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Jordan Davis, and others that have lost their lives as a result of Stand Your Ground laws.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Any further input? All right, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you all. All right, entertain a motion to adjourn from special called session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are moving on to our agenda setting meeting. And we have only 4 items on the consent agenda, but I would be happy to remove any item from the consent agenda if Commissioner would be interested in discussion of said item. Commissioner Wright.
This is just to briefly put to rest the minimum drink price that we have been working on in LRC. I just wanted to put it back on consent, hopefully, so that people don't think that we're stirring that back up.
Okay.
It started as a health and safety improvement for downtown, and I would like to say that I think us closing the bars by midnight has been a significant improvement for health and safety, and I'm glad to move this out of committee, and I hope that everybody else realizes how badly we all want to get together safely and have a $1 beer.
So are you wanting to then have this back on consent?
I do. I just wanted to bring it off to make that comment, and I hope everybody else is happy with it on consent so we don't have to explain it, and that I hope that it can stay there.
Would anybody else like to remove any other item from consent? Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, just also just for comment, I'd like to remove item number 2, please.
Okay. All right. Anything else folks would like to discuss that's currently on consent? Go ahead, Commissioner Houle.
I'm actually just curious about the intentionally left blank spot.
I think there were 2 items that were actually the same item that initially were on the agenda, so it just is a placeholder, and so you'll see that compacted on the voting agenda. Go ahead, Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to bring this item up just so people are kind of aware over in District 5. I think all of us are aware that there's been a lot of traffic concerns in general on Jefferson Road, and honestly, in that whole side of town, there's been a lot of speeding, a lot of deadly accidents. And this is going to be putting a signalized intersection at the intersection of Jefferson Road and Lavender Road, where the Oak Grove development phase 2 will be coming in. And people will be seeing that coming along more. But just want people to be aware that that's happening. I think it's going to be really help with some of the speeding, people coming in from out of county, kind of flying down like it's a runway sometimes on Jefferson Road, especially in the mornings. And I think it's going to help out a lot of people on Lavender Road being able to exit onto Jefferson safely. And the other good news about this is that, from my understanding, that basically the entire funding of this is going to be paid for by the developer. So no cost here to the residents. So I'm excited about it. I think it's gonna be a good development for us. And
Thanks,
I've
Commissioner.
put it back on consent.
Any further discussion of the traffic signal before we move it back to consent? All right. Thanks for your work on this, Commissioner. All right. So moving forward past consent to old business, item number 5 in old business regards the Mitchell Street project, and we heard from the principal in that, and I know Commissioner Wright and I have been some discussion, and the developers interested in entering into a sort of new format in which 15% of the units are permanently affordable at 85% of AMI, with a trade out of commercial space. So, Commissioner Wright, would you like to kick off any discussion of this?
I just wanted to let everybody know that Kelly and I are making sure the processes are well known to the applicant, so that all the checks and balances that we expect to happen with this change have gone through the processes that we have in place. And I'll keep you guys posted with the email. I sent you a little bit. And so I'm kind of learning myself as far as how we do stuff with Athens Land Trust. So learning that from Kelly, and the applicant, I'm updating him too, so that he realizes how we have those checks and balances. And I appreciate Commissioner Link getting the old pink slip from planning from when this was approved as a plan development in 2017. It had some lengthy details in it, and I wanted to use this opportunity to say that I would hope that we could get some more lengthy descriptions in our pink slips about planning commission's discussions, because I think those are helpful for all of us. And this is complicated because there is already a plan development, and then this has got modifications to it. I think the report talks to that as well, and it was a close vote coming out of Planning Commission. I suspect it would be a close vote for us as well.
Thanks, Commissioner Wright. Circling over to Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got a hold of the pink slip for this project. And I look forward to talking with Commissioner Wright about the negotiations that are going on about that affordable housing allocation. I just want to take this opportunity to reiterate that, you know, if we had a voluntary inclusionary zoning policy in place, we wouldn't have to undergo these last minute negotiations. Developers would know what's expected of them when they have these kind of variance requests coming forward. It just feels like every voting session, every agenda session, we're in this scramble. So I just like to ask the mayor to appoint some kind of ad hoc committee, or throw that policy at a committee so we can hammer something out, so we have clear steps on how these negotiations go forward and what's expected. And I also want to point out that, you know, we keep turning to the land trust to be kind of the body that handles this affordable housing component, and I don't know that they're getting anything in return. I mean, this is a fairly time-consuming, complex issue, and I feel like, you know, in such an inclusionary zoning policy, we need to make some kind of allocation to compensate this entity for their work.
Thank you for all that, Commissioner Link. I agree. We need to formalize those recommendations that came out of the Planning Commission a couple of months ago. And so watch this space on Thursday. What I'd like to do is create an ad hoc committee that includes members of this body, the Planning Commission, and GIC, so that everybody is around the table at the same time. So anyhow, more news hopefully Thursday about that, because I agree it's always better if we've just got a process where we can accept this interest rather than having to create it on the fly, project by project. As much as I'm grateful to commissioners who've endeavored into these conversations, that shouldn't be something that we've got to do. We should already have a process. So agree completely. Any other input? Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor, and really excited to hear that news. I had two, I guess, kind of deep in the weeds questions, which I know we're already kind of talking about a bit, but is the affordability percentage based on beds or units? I thought I heard the public commenter mention beds, but then I thought I heard one of y'all say units. So I'm just trying to figure out which one we're basing the figure on.
What I understand. Is that correct, Commissioner Wright, from your understanding?
I've got a chart here that it is, the end result is 390 bedrooms. That's 165 units. And the total number of beds in this affordable housing category is 65 beds. Kelly, does that match with what you?
So yeah, that's 15%.
Okay.
Of the number of beds.
Gotcha.
Okay, number of beds, and then they're spreading that out around different types of units, so it won't just be the three it'll be some 3-bedroom, some 5-bedroom.
Correct, and sort of his interest is distributing those throughout the floors of the building, so they're not clustered.
Right.
Space in the building.
Right, and I think we can all think back to college age and days that you have a mixture of friends. Some people's parents pay for everything. Some people are on every grant and scholarship that they can get. And we want to keep the diversity of the student population, I think, and this does a great job with that. But shoot any email questions over to me, because I want to make sure I'm addressing everything and getting it back out to everybody.
That's a question for me.
Go ahead.
And sorry for just yelling out. I don't know the best way to signal that I'm trying to say something real quick. Maybe this hasn't come up yet in your discussions with the Athens Land Trust, but I heard Commissioner Wright reference like a diversity of students, and I was wondering if in this particular agreement the Land Trust was discussing doing the, what's the word for it? Why am I blanking right now? Pretty much finding the tenants, finding finding residents that are within that applicable income range, just to get a sense of like if this is going to be like affordable student housing, or if it's going to be like people from the community that are going through the Athens Land Trust to find housing.
This is
probably like just different sub-demographics.
Yeah, I think the biggest shift in this project from the plan development of 2017, which also was a close vote, was that was condominiums, individually owned units. This is okay, but now it's going to be. I'm also getting the number of full-time, the employees that they have on site, so that it's staffed 24/7 for the leasing office, as well as staff to tend to what's needed to be in basically a private dorm. So it's student. I don't know that Pell Grant can exactly be a criteria, because we've got the Hope and the Zell. So we also are trying to work within those things. If somebody's on Pell Grant, that could be like the easy checkoff point. But so we're still trying to nail down those details so we can share it with everybody.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Via email about that. But yeah, I look forward to hearing more about that as this moves along. Thank you.
Gotcha. And on that other note, while we're talking about Athens Land Trust and how much they're helping us with some of this contractual stuff, Mr. Mayor, I would like us to learn what we can do to help pay for that service that we're getting from them.
I would suggest that given the volume of work going on, we need a process for screening of affordable units in much the same way we've got a process for receiving responses for housing counseling generally. So I think we're going to be working on that in the next couple months.
Gotcha. And so that'll be a budget consideration for us to help make sure that for the help that we're getting, we're paying appropriately for that assistance.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess just a couple other thoughts to share or questions if there's already an answer. From conversations with the Land Trust about some of the other developments that we've been looking at doing this sort of thing at in recent months is just really digging into how affordability is defined. And I hear this, the reference to Pell Grants and things being one way that people could qualify. But if we're defining it by AMI, just making sure there isn't a loophole where people who come from especially wealthy backgrounds but aren't personally generating any income, aren't qualifying for a unit. I think is an important thing to try to make sure we're safeguarding against if this is going to be very student-centered. And then also, I know affordability, when we have used AMI as a figure, tends to span a range. And I'd be interested in knowing, did I hear 60%? Is it going to be at or below 60%?
I believe it was at 85 to 100%.
Oh, at 85 to 100%. Okay. I guess I'd personally be interested in widening that range on the lower side, and maybe doing something similar to what we saw happen with the Lexington Road agreement, where a certain percentage have to be in that lower tier. So that was like 60 to 120, and a third had to be 60 to 80, a third had to be 80 to 100, and the other third could be 1 to 120, and they could like meet that criteria by bringing in folks who are of the lower income bracket, but they couldn't meet the lower income bracket by getting folks who are in the higher income bracket. I think those sorts of details are really helpful for getting built in to really make sure we're getting some of the lower income folks help. And then the last thought on this, and this is another real detailed part of the contract, but just the mobility of applicants year to year, in that if someone's economic situation improves and say they move above the range that's part of the affordable units, I know the land trust had worked out, at least in the contract that was for the one that was in the airport overlay, which we didn't end up approving, but that had a provision built in that people could stay in the unit they were approved for, and just pay a higher rent instead of like being displaced. And the criteria of like percentage of affordable units could be met by bringing in someone at the affordable rate in a separate unit. So I guess where that would apply here is like whether we're applying affordability to specific units, say room 307, or if it's just a percentage of units and it could be any number of them as long as they meet the criteria of bedrooms.
They have a lot of experience in other college towns, and that's part of the paperwork I want to get is how they're handling that. And so,
okay.
So we'll get the answers to the questions, and so that we're all processing the details that we need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I know that was kind of word salad, but I hope it was clear enough. So
I think I understand, but I'll reach out to you if I start typing it in and want to make sure I'm accurate.
All right. Any other input on this item? Obviously, this is going to come back after some additional work. All right, moving on to old business. Item number 6, the GIC report regarding naming of streets and public places. We want to provide some additional opportunity for engagement with those people who had, reached out to the unified government or members of this body about this over the last couple of years. Commissioner Davenport.
So I'd like to put this on hold, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Denson and others who worked really hard on this, as well as the Government Operations Committee. There's just some minor tweaks that I'm noticing, and maybe it's just in my mind or in my head, but like I would just like to put it on hold, not put it on hold, but to work on it a little bit more and do a CDO before our March 2nd meeting.
All right, and this isn't up for a vote tonight, so we're still in the agenda setting phase. But was there anything that you want some information about tonight, Commissioner Davenport, from staff or others?
Yeah, sorry, it's been a long night.
It's okay.
So I wanted to incorporate some of the issues that Commissioner Edwards had about living residents, as well as some of the prior issues, some of the issues that Commissioner Thornton had mentioned about current residents and being grandfathered in. So I just want to make sure that language is, fine-tuned.
All right, that's helpful. And of course, in the retreat just last week, we talked about wanting to advance commission to find options so that well in advance of the voting meeting, everything's finalized. So definitely encourage you to interact with other commissioners and also reach out to Assistant Manager Josh Edwards, who's been doing some of the background work on this tomorrow. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke to Manager Williams about this, so sorry to put you on the spot, Manager Williams, but hopefully this is kind of echoing that conversation. After meeting with some of the residents who have those outstanding applications, I just kind of wanted to get some clarity, hopefully for our and their sake, on two things. So the first was where in the process the applicants would pick up, like, so people who have outstanding applications, for example, the outstanding applications for renaming of buildings. If we pass this policy and we're talking about trying to grandfather them into the old policy, can the folks who already have outstanding applications move forward with the letters that they've submitted that might not have 1,000 signatures but have some signers on, which I believe includes members of this body? Or are we expecting them to somehow collect the additional signatures? I guess that's sort of a question for this body and maybe staff. But
well, I really appreciate that the commission, the GOC, took this on because the previous policies didn't really give a lot of direction and included staff in what is really a political decision on what to name facilities. I mean, there are some logistical issues with or streets that affect the peoples that live there, or the materials that are associated with the naming, the past name. But I say all that to say that the old facility naming policy just mentioned broad community support, and staff really didn't have an idea of how much that entailed. I think one of the pending applications has 30 signatures or 30 names that are listed. So this is sort of what went on with the Virginia Walker's family, is that we kept going back saying, well, can you give us some more? And finally, I think Commissioner Harry Sims got involved and tried to find some as well. So subsequently, the commission's come up with about 1,000 names as a target in the yet to be approved policy. So we have a current policy, and I mentioned this to the mayor. You know, if we have not tried to give anybody the runaround, we just wanted some definition from staff, from the commission, on what do you think broad community support looks like. Since you have sort of defined what that looks like, you know, we don't want to say, well, applicants give us 2,000 or give us 500. I think at this point, this is a political decision. If you want to move those forward, then we would just simply not judge whether or not it's broad community support or not, and just hand it off to y'all.
okay, so I guess to clarify then, we could just build into the CDO language about specific outstanding applications and saying that those can be forwarded from staff to the commission, regardless of additional onus or additional criteria that's created by this policy. Language to that effect that we can run by y'all and the attorney to make sure it applies correctly. Would that?
Sure. I mean, any specific direction voted on by the body would be appreciated.
Okay. And then I had a second question, but I see the clock's run out. So should I circle back?
I'll circle back to you after getting Commissioner Denson and Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Mayor. And I mean, I'll just state that I'm very happy to put my CDO forward again, which does include language that was vetted by the attorney, giving us the exact ability that Commissioner Houle is asking for, so that we can go ahead and, if this body chooses to, move those forward without having to go through the process that we would be talking about passing here. But I do also hear that Mr. Davenport potentially has some other tweaks that he would like to make. So I'm very happy to work with Commissioner Davenport to add in and work on the CDO so we can present it with those other changes that he would like to see. But the way that the CDO is structured now is that if this body wishes to, we could go ahead and put this policy in place and, for lack of a better phrase, grandfather in the people who already had submitted requests in the past that we could consider on their own merit that they already have put in place. So,
thanks, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Myers and Thornton.
Nope.
Or I'm sorry, Wright and then Thornton.
Thank you. Another way that we've solved this sort of timeline, so to speak, the language in it said something to the effect of as of such and such date. So if we wanted to say March 30th, or naming applications or that are started before Yeah. So date started. We could even say this policy becomes effective July 1, 2021. So just taking the details that came from GOC, getting a little time stamp to it to move forward what already is without changing everything midstream. That could solve. That might be a solution.
Thanks, Commissioner Thornton, Davenport, and then back to Houle, and then Edwards.
I'm glad that Commissioner Denson heard Commissioner Davenport's wish to have some input. That's a start. I will be meeting with Ms. Lyle on Thursday, I believe, to talk to her again. I know she has met with Commissioner Houle. There's one part in that I think we were trying to tweak it as we go, giving commissioners the ability to waive or work around the rule. I think if it's going to be a policy, it needs to be a policy. And it shouldn't create a loophole because one commissioner might find or be advocating for some. If it's going to be a policy, which I think it should be a policy, I don't think that creating a loophole if a commissioner makes a special request. That was one thing I disagreed with when we talked about it earlier. I am going to be meeting with Ms. Lyle, like I said, and I will be following up with Rick. He did call me. I'll tell anybody, I think the policy that we had needed to be corrected, but I do know that we should have been able to not give so much misinformation or no information to these two people. And I'm through, but hopefully I'll have some comments to follow back with you after I meet with Ms. Lyle and Rick again on Thursday.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport, Houle, and Edwards.
Yeah, and I hate to belabor this, but one of the other issues, I'm looking through my notes, and this could have been in Commissioner Denson's CDO, and please forgive me if I missed it, but one of the other issues is something that Judge Drake had spoke about, that the community can essentially bypass, I don't want to say the community can essentially bypass the procedure and just go straight to the commission, and the commission has the discretion to, name a street name. I think that in today's political world, it may be a problem, but if that has been addressed, my notes just ended on that from the last meeting, but if that has been addressed, but you get what I'm saying though, right? Like, what's the use of having this policy if you can just, butter up a commissioner and the commission, can just name streets and stuff.
And I think that's parallel with what Commissioner Thornton was identifying. To apologize, Commissioner Houle, and then Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I think speaking to Commissioners Davenport's and Thornton's concerns, I think it's important that maybe we try to get specific with our language so that it may be along the lines of what Commissioner Wright spoke to, so that it doesn't sound like we're establishing some kind of favoritism to the application's merits that are out there, as much as just addressing the fact that they've sat unaddressed for so long, and then have a policy that we can really stick with moving forward. The other question I had that I know the outstanding applicants were confused about, and even if they don't need to do this, I think it's important that we have this figured out for anyone who wanted to use this policy in the future, is just like what forms, if any, have been established by staff that applicants can use for petitions. So if they're going around trying to get these signatures, there's something staff can provide for them to get the signatures upon that also defines, what a signature is. Does somebody need to physically sign it themselves, or do you just put their name? Do they need their address? Do they need a date, et cetera, et cetera?
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, I support the CDO. It creates exceptions for the whole body, to vote, to name something. That would be a majority vote. I mean, that's the democratic process. We can either vote by majority to name something, or citizens can get these petitions circulated and it can come to us through an agenda report. I think this is a fine piece of legislation. I think all the concerns that have been voiced to this point are addressed by this legislation. If somebody feels like folks have been wronged, then bring a piece of legislation to name something. I think that's all that needs to be done here. Just a little bit of work, and then you can just call your colleagues and get their support, and then we can pass it with 6 votes. So I don't think we need to send this back to committee. I don't think we need to really debate this anymore. This is a good policy. It's gone through GOC. It's gone back to GOC. It's been amended. There's 2 routes. Either the commission can vote by a majority to name something, like the democratic process and the charter allows us to do for any piece of legislation, or citizens can go through this process and collect petition signatures to signify public support, and it can come to us through an agenda report. So I think we're belaboring this, and we need to move on. Thanks.
I appreciate everybody seeking some clarity. I certainly agree with those who've said, they want a process that's sort of common for everybody. I sort of favor the sort of date initiation of a new policy that would just be the understood norm throughout the community, so that we can handle those that have been in process. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify one thing so the people in the community that aren't confused, and the way it's been talked about a little bit, is the way that this policy works is that if they get the signatures, they don't get the street or building renamed. It's just that is the threshold that has to be met for it to be brought to the commission for consideration. So I guess I say that because either way, it's going to be a political decision. It's going to be the commissioners voting on by majority if we're going to rename that street or building. Like if they do it by a petition, or if the commissioner brings it, everybody decides to bring it in and kind of bypass the signature part. Still, at the end of the day, for it to happen, it requires a majority vote by the commission. So I mean, I just want to, I think we've talked about times, I think it sounded almost like if they do what the policy says, then the building or street gets renamed. I just want to make sure it's very clear that that's not how it works. That just simply is what the threshold is to get it before this body to vote on.
Commissioner Thornton.
And that was my point exactly, Commissioner Denson. I know that people thought that it should go through that process with a vote. And if that was the case, we could have those folk that have been in the wings waiting, we could have just went on with the old process and voted up or down and be through with it. So that was my point at the last meeting. Just because they agreed to go through this process, it doesn't mean they were going to get the green light to have something changed. That was my argument was that now that we have people who don't look like the majority of folk that make decisions, this is when we came up with a policy. My point was we were moving the goal post. So I knew either way, I would have rather for us to vote no, if that was the case. So I don't want people to think that just because they have had a request that they were going to automatically get it. My point was, why did we come up with a policy now when we had certain folk making a request? So let me be clear about that.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right. Any further input before we move on? All right, we are going to go ahead and enter into new business. Item number 7 is a request from the Clarke County School District to enter into an agreement for the School Resource Officer Program for the 2021-22 academic year.
really quickly, I'm cool with moving ahead with this as the school board has done. It seems like, you know, they're willing to revisit any sort of tweaks to the programs or ways that it can be strengthened sometime down the road. But without that plan in place now, it's seeming for the best that, you know, we approve what we currently have, since it seems to be working all right. I don't see a huge issue with us doing the same, but I do want to just see if we can make time for us to have that discussion rather than saying like, oh, well, sometime between now and the next contract, we'll, you know, talk about ways we can strengthen this program, like going ahead and thinking about when we want to have that talk. I was under the impression that we would address the issue in our joint school board and commission meeting, was it last month? And we had great discussion on several other topics, but it just didn't happen to come up. And so just want to make sure that we're not, that we do get around to having that talk with them jointly sometime in the year that comes and discuss how the program can be strengthened. Yeah, that's it.
Be glad to put that on the agenda for our July or August meeting, kind of mid-year. Commissioner Houle?
Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to echo Commissioner Parker's comments there and say that, you know, listening to the discussion of the school board on this in their meeting on it, it sounds like they have a lot of things they want to reconsider about how they approach, you know, what the officers are equipped with and things like that. But it's clear that they want to move forward with this for now. And having spoken with a number of members of the school board, I've heard them say that they'd like to see us discuss this in a future joint session as well. So I'd love to see us do that, but I'm in support of moving forward with this contract for the next year. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further input? All right, we're going to move on to... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, are you interested in putting it on consent?
That'd be great.
Consent?
That'd be great.
All right, Jean, we've got a taker moving to consent. All right, thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. All right, item number 8 is an update of the water and wastewater connection fee schedule, and you can see how this would escalate in the out years as it historically has. Input on this item? Move to consent?
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Myers.
I just want to clarify something because I had to do some thinking of this based on our discussion, and I'm getting my meetings of the other water rates that we were talking about. These connection fees are only for new buildings, correct?
Manager Williams?
Sure. Well, these are folks that would be tapping onto the system, you know, for the first time or with a larger meter.
And I also want to make it clear, because I thought it was just interesting, that we can exempt buildings from these fees if we decide the buildings create significant economic growth or employment, or if the building preserves or adds to affordable housing. And I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. And then I just was really curious, and maybe you can add this to one of your lists of things to get for us, that what water meter size do most single family homes have? There was a chart there, and I was just curious about that.
I think most common is a 3/4 inch. Is that right, Manager Williams?
Yes, sir.
For single family homes? Okay. Thank you. Those are just the points that I wanted to make. But I'm okay with this going on consent if others do.
Follow me.
All right. Consent-o-matic for the people. All right. We're moving on to item number 9, which is the 2020 update to the Greenway Network Plan.
Good one, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. The consent-o-matic.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, sometimes you just whip them out.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Tim?
Any input on the Greenway Network Plan? Commissioner Myers, user of the Greenway.
Yeah, user of the Greenway here. I just want to, again, appreciate the work of the ACC staff who works on this map and the trail system in general, and also the Greenway Commission, because, just looking through the history, they put so much time and so many hours to this. And again, the importance of the green space has been really highlighted during COVID times. I was wondering if I was looking at these maps, and I was wondering if it was possible to highlight somehow the new additions to the map for easier comparison with the last map. I was looking at some places in my area of town, and I had to look really, really carefully. So it's hard making those comparisons. And I know these visuals are hard because these are made in these like fancy systems. But if there's something that could be done there, and I'm also following up on our Firefly discussion, what we said at the work session, interested in putting some language on the maps and indicate that these are visionary trails in here. I know that comes later there's going to be a write-up in a year or two, but I think there needs to be some language somewhere to make that clear, considering our lengthy discussions on the Firefly Trail.
Manager Williams, any feedback initially?
Yes, the story map that was shown at the work session did highlight those new additions, and I think we can work with staff to have that done on the print ones, Commissioner Myers.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think this is great. I think the Greenway trails and our multi-use paths make our community a better, more livable place for our citizens, but also attract economic development and folks that want to live in a place that has these amenities. So I'm so excited to see this map, and I'm looking forward to the next TSPLOST vote, where I'm looking for us to make a serious investment in this network so we can really jumpstart the development and not be waiting decades to realize some of these wonderful routes that have been mapped out so diligently by staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think this will just be to Manager Williams, just for clarification. If I remember correctly, when we were being presented with this, they were saying that they felt like this might be the last time that that we have the Greenway Network Plan, like in the way that it is now, and that it might be transitioning to something that's going to be going under, I guess, more in line with our Athens in Motion plan and such. Can you speak to that and clarify on that?
Sure, and that's not yet been decided.
Sure, right.
But it could morph to that if you so wanted. I think that this has traditionally been, the Greenway. The Greenway is really two things. I think this will help clarify, Commissioner Denson. It is a corridor, a natural corridor along our rivers, and that is part of the mandate of the Greenway Commission is to, oversee that and recommend and be a steward for that corridor. It so happens that a lot of our trails have been built through there, and so they have been in charge of that as well. So there is an opportunity. There's also the Rails to Trails Committee as well. So do we combine all those and really have one group that we have a go-to? I think someone was suggesting that there may be some efficiencies to that, but certainly we should talk to the stakeholders and find their viewpoints on that.
Yeah, I would appreciate maybe staff getting that discussion going on with all the stakeholders and brought back, because I would imagine there would be some efficiencies there, and also that there might that we might have more cohesive elements that we're moving forward with. I mean, it is, I guess, somewhat concerning when you have so many, specifically on the proposed and future trails, that we have so many different documents that all have their own, which there's obviously a ton of overlap that I've noticed, but not complete. And so I think that can also maybe speak to some of the confusion, like Commissioner Myers brought up, that somebody's looking into this. It's like, well, which document are you talking about? And this document, this is going to be going here in this document. So I think it'd be easier for staff and probably the commissioners and probably the community if we have somehow consolidated those in the future. But all that being said, this is super exciting. I love it. It would be great if we had all those things kind of in one place.
Agreed.
Commissioner Thornton.
I know this has been a topic that has been on the map long before I even thought about becoming a commissioner. So I know this is reality coming. It's reality happening as we're watching. But in all of our maps and in all of our planning, has anybody even talked about the homeless people that are displaced, that have made their stay along some of these greenway paths? And I know it's nothing we can do now, but has that even been a conversation on how this nature trail is impacting folk that live in these wooded areas? Ever?
Well, what we found is that I think it's someone said earlier, sort of the chicken and the egg. The greenways, for instance, because we have had homeless there. I don't think it's so much that we've had our new trails cut through existing homeless settlements as it is the greenway becomes another transportation corridor, which it was meant to do, which folks use and access to get to more wooded areas, because the trails tend to go, through previously unbuilt areas. So as far as to answer your question directly, Commissioner Thornton, in the making of the Greenway Network Plan, I don't believe homeless populations or homelessness was a discussion point.
Is it so? Is that just such a weird question or assumption, or am I just speaking totally out of turn asking that question?
No, it's something that it's a byproduct, an unfortunate byproduct. I think the Greenway Network Plan is really focused on trying to extend and make connections from a pedestrian, standpoint, and as it kind of goes into more and more areas that were previously unbuilt, I think it's opening up some opportunities for homeless folks in new areas.
I think that as we go on and while we're all excited about this, I hope it's on somebody's radar, because it's important. Just that I'm trying to stay positive and excited as everybody else is, but I know there's a human factor that we often overlook. We talk about it, but we often overlook. So I'm good. I just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Myers.
I think the point that Commissioner Thornton is making is tied into another discussion. I know Commissioner Hools brought it up, perhaps others, of the need to have a county policy on displacement, of how we address and work with our homeless population when we do find encampments and such. And that would be one thing that I think is sort of a standard procedure that we have. And so I think that's an important thing to address. To your point, Manager Williams, I know the last week, 2 weeks ago, I walked from along the greenway that goes from the greenway through the cemetery, but it's not built yet. And in the midst of doing that walk, I did see a tent in there, which I think it's made easier to go in there because we have the other greenways that are there. But addressing how we work with our homeless population in these instances, I think is an important matter, and something that we can model some policy after what other counties and places in the country are doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input? Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I mean, while we're talking about homeless populations and camping, I just want to reiterate my concern that we have some dedicated encampments. Find some publicly owned property or partner with an agency where we can give these folks places to camp that are safe, that there's some oversight, that there's some basic facilities for them, even if it's just a porta potty and a spigot and some trash collection. We're starting to see more and more of these encampments as folks have been displaced from Georgia Department of Transportation right-of-ways, power right-of-ways, railroad right-of-ways. There's been a lot of that going on in the past couple years, and they're ending up in places that are adjacent to neighborhoods. And folks are finding evidence of folks camping in their backyards. I've got reports of an encampment that's adjacent to a preschool. I feel like it's our duty to find safe places for these folks to live. And it's true that, a lot of them are not accepted into traditional shelters or might not even want to be in traditional shelters. But at the very least, we can provide some basic sanitation for folks who do live in these outdoor lifestyles. And for some of them, it is, there is a certain element that prefers that lifestyle. I've known a couple of these folks. So I just want us to find the resources to make these outdoor spaces safe for these folks.
Y'all, just as we get into this area that obviously was a focus of about an hour and a half of discussion at our retreat, just know we're going to be engaging as a body directly with some providers and at the same time on a parallel track, advancing purchase of some properties for interior transitional shelter. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess just echoing where this conversation has gone, I think it would be helpful if the manager might be able to forward to us whatever policy Leisure Services has for response, just so we kind of have an idea of how that's spelled out and can use that to inform our discussions around what policy we might want to see for properties that aren't county owned for response. But to bring it back to what's germane to this agenda item, I do want to thank the massive amount of work that has gone into making this plan possible and echo the comments made by others that a unified group might be a great way to go moving forward. And somewhere between now and maybe having that group, just a unified map for public to be able to see, like within Clarke County, here's where all the trails are. But all that said, I think that this particular agenda item is great. So, and lots of thanks to staff for the usually unthanked work that goes into things that we don't have controversy around. So.
Hey, Mayor.
Yeah.
Can we take 5 after this item, please?
Yeah, certainly.
Thanks.
Further input on Greenway Network Plan? Commissioner Myers just asked for some visuals. If that was provided, is everybody else fine with putting this on consent? Okay. All right. So we're going to move item number 9 to consent with the understanding that there will be some additional graphics provided. And we will go ahead and break until 8:45. implementation of the policy that the committee assembled until July 1st of 2022. So basically give another year and a half of relief.
Mayor Gertz,
yeah.
I just wanted, for the benefit of the public as well as myself, honestly, get clarification on what's going to happen on the other side of this lease term. So will we then vote on the policy as previously came out of GOC, or is that piece of policy going back to further revision?
So at this point, it's not scheduled for going back for revision. Certainly, if this body decides to do that in the next year, that could happen. But if this agenda item were approved, we would simply have all these nonprofits pay $1 for fiscal 2022. And then the new policy with the new fee structure would automatically be implemented in the following fiscal year, fiscal 23.
Okay. Well, so that I'd like to add, and I'm not sure when would be the appropriate time or really process for making this happen. But as I continue to look back on the amount of rent that certain nonprofits have paid, the way that rent burden has limited their operations somewhat, thinking of the example of East Athens Development Corporation and the $115,000 they've spent on rent over 10 years that could have been put into staffing or programming for our youth or for job skills training or for a number of programs that could have benefited my district that ultimately went to pay back the government. And thinking about the ways that it's actually harmed that community, it's really important to me that as a matter of redress for those losses, that organizations like EABC and the Athens Neighborhood Health Center get some continued relief after this lease term. I don't know if that's something that could appear as a commission-defined option on this agenda item, or if that would be something that we could perhaps revisit in the next leasing cycle, if you, Mayor, or Attorney Drake would like to weigh in on that.
I definitely recommend a meeting with Attorney Drake to kind of define how that could operate. Obviously, it's a little bit beyond my depth of understanding, but I absolutely understand your intent. Just mechanistically making that happen, I think would just take some work.
Okay. Attorney Drake, do you have any thoughts on that while we're here? And I'd be happy to discuss it with you via email or in a meeting sometime between now and the voting session.
Yeah, that would be good. If you would just, call me tomorrow and we can talk about it. Let me know what works best for you.
Okay. Because I know in general, well, some things we can't behold future commissions to certain actions or things like that. I don't know if that sort of policy applies here as well. If we would be able to either now or next year pass a policy saying that, holding their rental rates at a certain rate for an additional 5 years, if that's something that we'd be able to do. I don't know if that's something we should discuss further between now and the voting meeting, or if you're able to weigh in on that general.
I think we would have I think we would ultimately have a challenge with that. That's why all of our agreements are 1-year leases for that reason. Sure. So that would be a challenging thing to hold a future commission to. I don't think we legally could.
That's good to know. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll talk with you more about that.
Okay.
Further input? Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that we could get clarity before we vote on this on the role staff might play in helping nonprofits navigate the development of a community benefits agreement, just like what that relationship looks like. So that, I think the idea of folks drafting community benefits agreements in line with this policy is kind of a new thing that's being introduced to the community all at once. So just a little clarity on the basics of what that looks like for nonprofits would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody from the GOC wants to speak to it, but that was a discussion during the meetings as this was developed. There was a template developed by the GOC that would be given to nonprofits that were filling this out. And And I think staff is happy to work with folks as they filled out. But the important thing to remember is this is all based on mayor and commission strategic commitments. And so what is a community benefit is going to be defined by mayor and commission as those come forward. So we can't really help people write that. And I think there's an interaction between mayor and commission and the applicants.
Yeah. Oh, did Josh freeze? Yeah, okay. Thought that was an odd time to pause.
Yeah, sorry.
He does that sometimes.
Manager Williams, I don't know if you want to pick up there.
Yes, he'll be back in just a minute, but there he comes. Go ahead, Josh. Oh, he's frozen again. Anyway, all that to say that I think there's some iteration with you all to understand what those community benefits look like, and staff's willing to facilitate that. And I think that's the next step in all of this.
Further questions? Yeah, Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, I guess I'll just speak to the government ops conversation because, and I think Josh was kind of hitting on this a little bit because we did discuss that some, and I'm being visited by a 3-year-old, and so we did discuss that some, and the idea was that we wanted to have a template there to kind of give at least a little bit of structure, but we didn't want to be like leading nonprofits to just saying what we wanted them to say so that they would get a discounted lease. We wanted to truly know what they were going to be doing, what their service, what their point is, what their mission was, and so we could evaluate that if we thought that was a community benefit or not. So I think that's a little bit integral. At the same time, obviously, like we do with our CDBG grants, stuff like that, with like how staff helps people navigate the process. I think that's obviously what staff plans on doing. I know on the agenda item number 7 says, like specifically with the additional 15 plus months that we have now, staff will be using this time to help nonprofits kind of navigate the process. And so I feel like this is ample time for a nonprofit that is operating at a high enough level that they actually are renting one of our spaces to be able to create a community benefits agreement that they can be presenting to us. I mean, they have a year and a half basically to do so. So I think this is good. And yeah, I guess I don't want to move it to consent because it sounds like Commissioner Parker might be working on something, but yeah.
And sorry I froze y'all, but Commissioner Denson just said everything I was hoping you heard me say.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Denson and Josh. I mean, what I imagine, we would want to see is prompts that, encourage the organizations to, respond wholly and fully, but again, in their own words, where we're not putting words in their mouths or on paper for them. Any further input before we move on? All right. Moving on to item number 11. This is TSPLOST 2018 Project 11 and Project 12 regarding Riverbend Road. And Commissioner Edwards, I know you've been working on this quite a bit, so I'm going to ask you to begin conversation.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, we are still working with staff for a CDO on some multi-use paths that Commissioner Myers brought to my attention. And so be looking for something from us before the meeting. Staff is working on it, negotiating with UGA to get the best possible thing we can get in this area. So thanks for your patience and understanding.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input on this? We will see more. All right, moving on to item number 12. This is TSPLOST 2018 Project 6, the Firefly Trail Sub-Project regarding the area near Morris Grove on the outskirts of Winterville. Anyone like to weigh in here? Obviously, we're looking at options right now.
Mr. Mayor, can I go first?
Yeah, go right ahead, Commissioner Davenport.
First of all, I would like to, and I'm trying to be brief. Thanks. I would like to thank all the people who came out today to support option A. It's really commendable, and I do want to apologize for not getting to the residents and letting them know that they could have participated today. I do apologize for that. So at the end of the day, when it comes to safety, I would like for people to realize that there are safety issues across the Firefly Trail, especially concerning the Old Winterville Road at Racetrack, Winterville Road, Old Winterville Road at Spring Valley Road, and Spring Valley Road at Hancock Road. So, with option C, we're crossing the Morris Grove Road with the crossing of Morris Grove Road is kind of mute, considering the fact that if you look at the trail in the Winterville section and throughout, there are similar situations of concern, but will be addressed with option C. And there was a comment made that property value goes up, which is good, but at the same time, increased property values increases people's property taxes as well. And that these type of development does bring unnecessary zoning changes, and it undermines like people's neighborhoods. So people moved out to Winterville because they want the peace and quiet. They want to see the stars at night. So and the fact that sometimes the people who speak the loudest does not necessarily speak for everyone. And I just highly encourage my colleagues to listen to the residents, not only those who have a stakehold in this process. Okay, but I do want to say Firefly Trail Inc. supports option C. The Trail Sorrel voted last Thursday 5-3 for option C. The mayor of Winterville support option C, and many of the residents in the area supports option C. And I'm just looking at it from an economic standpoint, and the fact that a lot of voters voted for it, not really realizing or knowing that it would impact people's property. And at the end of the day, it's and it's not too little the people who support option A, because I want it's just the fact that I'm trying to listen to the resident and figure out what's the best economical option for our tax dollars.
Thanks, Commissioner. Further input? Commissioner Myers.
Okay. All the speakers that we had earlier tonight made a whole lot of points that resonate a lot with me, and I've been very sympathetic, empathetic with the Patrick. He's raising his hand again. Okay, with the concerns of the citizens and the residents. I did think it was very telling, or telling to me, the quotes from the people in Winterville who actually are supportive of all the different options. And so there's not a unanimous feeling among the residents in Winterville. I think I've been reminded through different voices that I've been hearing now about the long-standing sort of iconic nature of this rail to trail that we've been working on as a community for 20 years, and the community's commitment to the rail to trail, the way people have voted on it for SPLOST and TSPLOST with this idea in mind. And that's something that I think is going to be, in another 50 years, as former Commissioner Andy Herod reminded me when I chatted with him this afternoon, we're all going to be long gone, but we're going to have this Firefly Trail that's going to be on this historic rail bed that we had promised to the citizens in these votes. I also want to address the safety concerns for cyclists, because this is a point that I had a lot of discussions with Athens in Motion clearly before I came on the commission. And that it's just really clear that for kids, for families, for most cyclists, being on the rail track in version A would be the safer one. I know some of you have expressed concern about like what's going to happen when we get to that intersection where the traffic light is. I talked with Elliot Caldwell of Georgia Bikes today, and he reminded me how transportation does such a great job of making things safer, that we could use some leading pedestrian interval where you give pedestrians more time to cross. And so I think that's important to think about it. He also reminded me that having a traffic light and all the traffic calming on Moores Grove was not what this project was about, but also that it was actually a pretty complicated process getting some of those lights and so forth. And finally, I think what we've learned about the potential, the legality of sticking with C was really, I mean, sticking with A is really meaningful to me because I am concerned about getting the pathway done sooner than later. And my original concerns really were connected to some challenges to A putting us off track. And the final thing in my 1 second is that I did bring up a mention to Manager Williams about putting forth a CDO, a commission defined option that would exclude one of the properties that is clearly out of the trail on A. And I can come back to that later after the discussion and let someone else speak now.
Thanks, Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Davenport for going out to the trail with me on Sunday. That was my second time out there. And this time we walked the entire leg, the entire route, both A and C, to get an idea of, the experience on the ground and get an idea of the conflicts. There are clearly conflicts with Route A. That rail bed was abandoned 40 years ago almost. But the properties that would be most impacted are homes that were built while the rail was still active. There is a tree canopy that's taken over part of the rail bed that is, clearly a benefit to some of the nearby residents. That there would be a lot of mature trees that would have to come out of what was once the rail bed. And I wouldn't even consider C unless there was a full-on stoplight there, a full-on stoplight, not just a RRFB. The trail does run alongside the road through Winterville and Main Street. They have a really nice setup where they have a fencing and they have plantings. I wouldn't think it's an unpleasant experience. I drove along it after Patrick and Carol and I walked the potential new leg, and it was a really cold, gross day, and there were lots of people out there, families, couples, young people, older people. So I definitely, I see the benefits of remaining in the rail bed and the just for concept's sake. But I also see some pluses to Route C, and I also I've forwarded some information and a map and some questions about kind of the alternatives to Route C that might preserve some of that rail bed and possibly be even safer. So I'm kind of weighing the pros and cons of all of these, and my big concern is how Route A gets through that 5-point intersection. When it was a train, it just blared through an intersection, through multiple legs. We talk about the dangers of crossing Moores Grove in Route C, but I kind of feel like there's even more danger in Route A and asking folks to cross multiple legs of that 5-way intersection. So I'm kind of weighing the pros and cons of all the routes, and I also want to see some money, some lists of how much these routes are going to cost, how much the property acquisition is going to cost, how much court fees are going to cost. I'd really like to make a table and weigh the pros and cons of the options.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input? Commissioner Denson, and back to Davenport.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to start with, because I think I'm a little confused, if Manager Williams can speak on the crossing at the intersection with Route A, that would only be crossing one road, right? There wouldn't be crossing multiple roads. It's just one road. Is that correct? No, I think it's only crossing Moores Grove. Yeah. If you can look at
it also crosses Gordon's Circle, which is a very, very small road before that.
And it crosses Athens Road to get onto Main Street. which would have to be done regardless.
I think that's the different leg. Okay, yeah, I think that was a different leg of that's later on down it. But either way, with this whole thing, I mean, I this is definitely challenging. I think almost all of us now have gone out and walked the path of Route A and met with residents there, and it's going to be impactful to some of those individuals. But I think this this really gets to the crux of our job here, where we have to really pick what is the bigger community benefit, what is the bigger risks, and really thinking long term. My wife was just telling me about how there's scientists have wrote a paper that talks about how people struggle with being able to think in exponential kind of ways. It's a thing that human beings is hard for us to do, and so I think it's really important for us to think it that way. That as Commissioner Myers brought up, not only is this trail going to serve the 130,000 people who live here in Athens-Clarke County now, but it's going to serve all of the population for years to come. When we think about that, this trail is literally going to serve millions of people over the next few decades. And so I really feel like we have to think beyond ourselves and the individuals who are right now engaging on this topic, because it's so much bigger than us. We and none of the residents are going to be here for years later, whenever the Firefly Trail is still going to be there. I think when we really measure out the safety precautions, if we really analyze C and lay it next to A, C's the fact that you have to cross that road with a crosswalk, which is how it's right now done. It is not safe. And already our estimates here show that C is more expensive than A already. And I agree, the only way I would ever get behind C is if we actually put a full signalized intersection there. And if we were to do that, it's going to be so much more money to be able to do this, plus the possibility of us having to face some challenges with us deviating from what many individuals think was the original intent of the Firefly. I think we're really weighing out all of these things, not in just today's moment, but through the future. A is the better option. It just clearly is. And I understand it's going to be difficult for us to push down, have that situation for a few individuals, but for the majority of our populace for years to come, A is the safer, better, and cheaper option.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input? I think Manager Williams wanted to share in a moment too. I'll go ahead, circle back to Commissioner Davenport and Commissioner Myers, and Commissioner Houle.
Okay, well, if I could go back and answer Commissioner Denson's question, and so the crossing at 5 points, I think, is what you were asking about, Commissioner Denson. Mm-hmm. And my understanding is we would use the existing crossing that ties into the recently constructed bookend, if you will, through Winterville proper. Does that answer your question?
It does. So we'd only be crossing Moore's Grove there. That's the way I thought. So it's only crossing one road at that intersection. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There is that little Gordon circle though, right? Before that.
But it's not part of the 5 points intersection. That's one. I mean, that's
sure.
It's further throughout before you get to the building. Yeah.
Apologize, Commissioner Davenport. Did you want to close the loop?
So I'm gonna just tell Commissioner Denson that I'm going to live forever. So, but anyway, okay. So I get people's concerns. It just when we even 50 years down the road, I'm thinking still option C is the better one because you can tie into Coram Middle School. The potential to extend it further down the road. There's a lot of growth going on in Commissioner Thornton district at the Kroger. So, but there is honest to God, there's some viability, and I respect everybody's opinion when it comes to option A. I'm just looking particularly at cost, and when you look at the Benice, hopefully I got that right. you look at the Benicia's report, it shows that from Gordon Circle to the Bunce's neighborhood, the Bunce's resident, it shows that the waterfall is going north or towards Core Middle School. That is incorrect because Commissioner Link and Myers and I realized that it's literally from the Morris Grove Road intersection at Athens Road going uphill the entire way. But Alternative C will provide more recreational opportunity at a lower cost without significantly degrading the overall user experience. However, it is important to note that the impacts of Alternative A are in fact very severe, and avoiding them is worthy of the consideration of impactful routes. The cost estimate and the dashboard that was used was misleading. We heard from several residents that when they were doing the dashboard that was put out, that the rating system was somewhat flawed. The potential costs associated with Alternative A by relying on the budget allowance for stormwater management construction that are not based on any design or engineering concept, omitting the cost of real property acquisition, damage, reparations, and design construction statements or conclusion by the Mayor Council Commission that the cost Alternative A exceeds those of Alternative C should not be drawn based on the available information. Because if you go out there, you can literally see that it's going to be impactful. The fact of the matter, the fact that without a more detailed site plan cost analysis of Alternative A, there's no way to accurately compare A to C. But I will review the niche. I got it wrong. It should be recognized that the most frequent trail user of Phase 3 segment would be mostly Winterville residents, and that the alternatives of C would be more easily accessible and more frequently used than the historic railbed. Furthermore, Alternative C will provide a significant safer direct connection to Core Middle School for the students and other users who wish to take advantage of the recreational opportunity. When we went out there Sunday, we saw a lot of people. If you go from Main Street to Mosborough Road, there's already existing sidewalk. A lot of people had their kids out walking on the sidewalk, and the viability of that trail continuing on the north side or the east side of Morris Road speaks to that. There will be limited or no public access point to the trail. You really are going to diminish I don't know if the time is going up, but you're really going to diminish the aesthetic look when both sides of the trail at this 3/4 of a mile section is going to be walled. Half the trees are going to get torn down. And I guarantee you none of those residents are going to want a gate to access it. The trail side parking along the Firefly Trail the trail would serve as a viable welcoming gateway to Winterville, especially coming from Madison County. And that's it.
All right. Apologize. I think I have not heard from Commissioner Edwards. I'm going to circle to him, Commissioner Houle, and Commissioner Myers.
Thanks, Mayor. At this point, I'm concerned about the legal exposure as referenced by our attorney, our previous attorney. The fact is, the farther we diverge from the original plan of the rail bed, the more legal exposure we have. And I know that we just received an email today from a resident on Morris Grove Road objecting to putting this in her front yard. I don't think it's out of the question that we could face challenge from any one of the public speakers even tonight would have standing to challenge this decision to move out of the original intent of this SPLOST language onto C. So I'm deeply concerned about that. There's also something that troubles me about destroying the sidewalk. You know, we spent all the money to build this sidewalk on Morris Grove Road. Now we're going to come through and tear it up. That just seems like poor planning and government waste to me. Right now, I'm leaning towards A, and I heard the concerns from the families who travel on these trails and these networks, thinking about crossing a road with a 50-mile-per-hour speed limit. That's a serious engineering challenge right there. And I know we all, well, I know I would like to think I could calm traffic with the stroke of a pen. Perhaps we all do with this neighborhood traffic management program, but this is complicated engineering stuff. Challenges to change human behavior that's been conditioned to fly down this arterial roadway. So I'm with my colleagues, Commissioner Link, and if I'm going anywhere near C, it's going to have a red light there, a signalized intersection, green, yellow, and red. That's really the only way that could possibly be safe for all trail users, including children, to cross right there. But even if we did do that, that doesn't get rid of our legal exposure problem, which troubles me. Thanks.
Commissioner Houle, Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I want to just rewind us to thank everyone for the public input, which is both the people who, figured that out tonight with us, but also the hundreds of people who weighed in on the tool before this. I just don't think we should overlook how important that is, and honestly how helpful it is. I also really want to thank Athens in Motion, Firefly Trail Inc., and the Firefly user group for the extensive volunteer labor that they've put in to make this whole trail possible. Going out to the site, and I want to thank Commissioner Davenport again for setting that up and meeting with some residents. There were really three major categories of thing that stuck out to me. One is the impact on the properties that look different in person than what I expected looking at paper on a map. And the other two were the flooding that was raised up and safety. And I really want to underscore how much, kind of echoing my colleagues, safety seems really paramount to me, because the other stuff we can figure out, but someone getting hit by a car and dying using our trail, especially a trail that's designed to be, ADA accessible and used by people of all ages, including the elderly and young kids, really, really needs to be super duper safe. And so I had three questions. I had a bunch of questions that I know have been answered, most of them by an email by staff. And so these are kind of echo those that have already been asked. So the first of three was just what infrastructure for a mid-block crossing on Moores Grove Road is factored into those cost estimates for C. And if we want to skip past answering that tonight, I guess that's just something I'd like to have spoken to while we're in a public meeting at the voting meeting. But if we can speak to it tonight, that would be good. So I don't know if Manager Williams, you're able to speak to that now. So we see people referencing the cost of C, but if it's, just a stop sign or a little blinking beacon, then that's very different than a full intersection. So
sorry for the delay. I have way too many things open. Trying to find it. If I'm not mistaken, I think at a minimum, there would be RRFBs at a mid-block crossing. One of the speakers referenced a hawk signal, which I don't think was in our the recommendations or the memo that we shared tonight, which I haven't, to be quite frank, haven't had the opportunity to fully digest. I will say that I know our traffic engineer, or our public works director, who is our previous traffic engineer, has some serious concerns about hawk signals from his past experience. So I just want to be clear about that so we can have more discussions on that. But we do have other mid-block crossings we've instituted across ACC, and our traditional approach is at least RRFBs, if not, if the road allows the road width, protected medians. But a full intersection traffic signal is not part of the current proposal.
Okay. And then I guess related to that, what you spoke to about mid-block crossings, the intersections that Commissioner Davenport mentioned that are also part of this trail, do you know offhand how many of those, if any, are mid-block crossings versus at signalized intersections like what Route A would be? And if there are any, what the speeds of those roads are?
I believe with C, there's only one across Moores Grove Road, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I mean elsewhere in the trail. Commissioner Davenport spoke to other road crossings that have already been implemented.
Well, fortunately, go ahead, Commissioner Davenport. Sorry.
Got my notes. So at Spring Valley Road at Hancock Road, it's just a stop sign. So And at Winterville Road, Old Winterville Road, Spring Valley Road, there is a signal light, but there's a traffic light, but there's a cutoff for the trucks to go to the Winterville Road, Airport Road, to go to the quarry, and just a small crossing of the existing Firefly Trail at the Old Winterville Road at the racetrack. There's no traffic light at the Old Winterville Road at racetrack, at Old Winterville Road, Spring Valley Road, and Spring Valley Road at Hancock Road.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Davenport. I guess I'd be curious to know the speeds of those. I'm familiar with at least a couple of those crossings, and I know they're right before stop signs, which makes it, well, not necessarily safe the way I think we'd like, not the same as a 50-mile-per-hour road. So I'd just be curious to know more about that from a safety perspective. And then the last thing I was hoping staff could speak to is just the flooding concerns that we've heard raised around A. And again, I know that I don't think any of us really had time to dig into the details yet, so they might be included in that email. But is staff aware of the flooding issues that are currently occurring there, and are the designs set up in a way that is prepared to handle that?
Yes, it'll be designed such that the water kind of sheet flowing across property will be picked up, and where it's currently concentrated, we'll try and mitigate that as well.
Okay.
So we'll, the infrastructure will be used to collect and convey the stormwater. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Myers?
Hi, yeah. I'm going to start off by mentioning this CDO option that I'm working on, and I'd reached out to Manager Williams and to our attorney to see what kind of language we could put into A to make it clear that the path would not veer off the railroad to avoid one outbuilding and go completely into the Huff property backyard, which was really not on the trail at all. And so that's an important part of my support for A, is doing that. And I'll continue to work with them. And hopefully there'll be other people who can support me on that. Considering the walls here, Commissioner Davenport, I do want to mention that actually, when I heard him say that, I was envisioning this tunnel at first, and then I asked into it again because I think he used those words. And I know that our staff and the SPLOST crew that'll be working on this will work with each of the individual homeowners to create what kind of barrier they're interested in there, whether or not it's landscaping, whether or not it is a solid fence, whether or not it's a metal fence, whether there's a gate. I believe there's an example of that on some trails in the Atlanta area. Concerning the safety on Moores Grove Road, again, thinking into the future, I just want to pick up on the fact that this is not going to become a less traveled road. This is going to become a more traveled road. This is a main arterial road coming out of Winterville towards Hull, which is also a growing area. And the discussion of the traffic and the light in the middle, I think it's not just the cost, and I hope that we can get from Transportation and Public Works also the process that's involved in that, because I know it's not, you can't just say, oh, we want to put a traffic light here. You have to get the state involved and others involved in this. And so I'd like to not only know what the costs are and the options, but what the process is there as well. And that would go, why don't we, while we're doing that, just to also have a discussion from them in terms of what's going on at the 5 points there. So those are really the points that I do want to make. I think maybe going back to some sort of a visual again, I've spent a lot of time on the Greenway on the bike. And as you guys all know, I get out on the road and I go on Moores Grove Road. I don't go on the sidewalk. And people are going 55 miles an hour, but I do it. And I have friends who I go bike riding with. When I go into the Greenway, it's a completely different world. I see completely different people. I see families coming and going over to the College Station parking lot and getting on there. And they're not going to go bike riding anywhere else. So if I think of them crossing over onto Moores Grove Road, going by the driveways, going to the business area that's going to get busier and busier, it really takes away from the whole Firefly experience of being off-road, and it's also more dangerous. So those are just my final points that I'll say tonight.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, a lot to conceptualize. Certainly, I appreciate everybody working quickly with staff to create language that is very direct in achieving the result you want to see. All right, we're going to move on to item number 13, and this is the public art type and style for Clayton Street, our TSPLOST 2018 project number 9. We heard from the artist at the work session recently. Commissioner Davenport.
It's tubular. Move to consent.
I actually would like to leave it off of consent. I had some discussion with some downtown business owners. Discussion is light. I was in a Facebook thread with the people that frequent downtown who had a lot of questions about how, like, the artist selection process that I think might be good to discuss at the voting meeting, just for the clarity of the public, why the artist is from some other place, how we went about getting them, etc. So I'd like to leave it off consent if possible.
All right. Any other input right now? Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I saw that same social media thread around it, and I did want to just clarify somewhat on that I know there was statements that there wasn't a request for proposals, and I was like, on our agenda item, it does bring up here that there was a request for proposals put out. I believe we had the ACAC received 33 proposals and then convened a selection group to review the submitted qualifications. And that selection group then got 4 finalists that came up with concepts and did concept review and interviews. And then the ACAC received concepts from 3 of the 4 finalists that were submitted, and then had interviews with them, and then also reconvened the art selection panel and added 2 additional citizens who have direct connections to downtown. And then the panel voted to recommend Eric Lashinsky.
Commissioner Denson froze for a second.
I say this, like, always do better at our outreach and our
Sorry, I think Commissioner Denson's attempting to get back on. I'll go ahead and
Can you hear
circle
me?
back. Yeah, hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
And
okay. And so I say all that with saying that I'm not sure how much I was missed, but just saying there was a thorough process, and it can be all of that read in the agenda item, and we can always do better at getting more outreach. And I think the ACAC is actually improving on their process greatly and really getting out to the community, especially with the new art registry that we have. So I encourage, obviously, artists and stuff to get more engaged in these future processes. While I am a very big supporter of our local artists, I also recognize, kind of putting it around, that it would be a terrible situation for our Athens artists if every other community said we're not going to hire artists outside of our own community, because then our Athens artists can never get work anywhere else. So I think we have a good process here, and I trust the process and know that we can improve on it too.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input on this item?
Does anyone else want to speak first before I keep talking?
Commissioner, I think Commissioner Houle is indicating, and then I'll circle back to you, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, all right. That's cool.
I just wanted to share that I'd like to keep it off consent for different reasons, just to make sure that the final proposal is ensuring the ADA accessibility around like the entry points to the street and along the sidewalk around some of how that design is built. I know the artist said that they want to do that. Just want to make sure that we're definitely incorporating that at every corner of the design. And then I'd also like to make sure that we have clarity on what, if any, new benches are going to be put in place. And I would ask my colleagues to support ensuring that any new benches are not the quote unquote hostile architecture that is essentially like an anti-homelessness measure with the bars in the middle, but that we actually go back to regular old benches. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. Great points, Commissioner Houle. I'm really glad that hopefully we can get support for eliminating some of the hostile architecture in our downtown streetscape. Coming back to the question of like local versus like national artists, et cetera. I know with a prominent example of a local or an artist that responded to a national call that did a great job, but also worked with a local artist on the project was the Hot Corner mural. I believe that I think Broderick Flanagan was able to work with the artist on that project, sort of like in an apprenticeship kind of arrangement. And was wondering if there is an opportunity for that with this project, if we have approached the artist about perhaps working with a local artist on installation or, some sort of advisement thing while they're in town for the installation as a way to address some of the concerns folks have had. While I agree with Commissioner Denson that we do have a very thorough process in place, I know that was something that made people feel a little bit better about having an outside artist with a previous project that turned out really well.
It might be beneficial to reach out to Andrew Salinas, chair of the Athens Cultural Affairs Commission. I know that he was helpful in the past in facilitating some of that sort of local outreach, and I've seen comparable outreach from visiting artists that offered workshops for young people and sort of other things, in addition to the direct mentorship. So definitely let's have a conversation with Mr. Salinas and see what we can do. You. Any other input on this? All right, we're going to move on to item number 14. This is the master plan for the North Downtown Athens affordable housing project. So the sort of very broad view of the entire area. And in the next item, we'll sort of narrow in a little more closely on where we'll be expending the SPLOST funds. Any input on this? Commissioner Link?
Sorry, I've got too many things open. I lost my unmute button. I just want to mention that I believe the public input page for this is still open. Isn't it open through the 19th? Is that correct? The North Downtown, or I guess it's ndathens.com. And folks can take a look at this in depth at that page. This is a really, really transformative, humongous project. It includes a great deal of affordable housing. It's a SPLOST project that we're investing over $30 million in. So I just want to make sure that as many people as possible take the time to look at what's coming down the pipeline and be made aware of it, and take the opportunity to offer any input you have. So I'm going to encourage people to look up North Downtown Athens and take a look at all the plans and do your public input, which I believe closes at the end of this week.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input?
Can I say something?
Yeah, please do.
So awkward that I can't raise a hand and stuff. I'm super excited about this. I, want to echo, I think, Commissioner Thornton's comments from the previous meeting. We spoke about this in work session about how thorough the community engagement has been and how wonderful it's been to be able to engage with professionals to help bring to life some of the desired elements expressed by the community. As someone that also represents a district that has a very large public housing complex and have been in conversation with residents and stakeholders about the need for a community visioning process for how that area could be transformed to the benefit of both longtime generational, inhabitants of the area, as well as to ameliorate issues of crime that we experience, particularly around Triangle Plaza. I know that, SPLOST comes around every decade or so, and we're able to do these really big projects, but I wonder if a similar process could be engaged to go ahead and do some of that work around what we'd like to see for that area. I know in recent months we've discussed potentially implementing a moratorium to give time to do a study of gentrification in the area, and we got a bit of an update on that from the planning department on Friday. But I would love to see, I guess I'm saying, the fruits of, this kind of intensive work. And, I'd love to see this kind of expertise leveraged for folks that live in other areas similar to Bethel, and wonder how we can go about initiating a process to see that they get to take part in something as special as what we've done here with the Bethel redevelopment, even if we don't yet have the funding set aside for the redevelopment itself.
At least in terms of the Nellie B area, I think a first port of call, so to speak, for conversation would definitely be the Athens Housing Authority Board to kind of gauge their interest in doing exactly that. But I would love to see that happen. In my ideal, we would have these overlapping projects. So as something is getting physically constructed, the next one is being planned with engagement with the community. Other input?
If I might, Commissioner Link, I believe that the comment lasts through February 23rd.
Thank you, Manager Williams. I knew it was coming up kind of soon.
I guess I need to speak just being commissioner in that district, but I do think that this project, like I said before, is I think how we should, when we start developing a really inclusionary plan, I think this project is a great model for that. The HUD guidelines is what really makes a difference a little bit, but the support of the Housing Authority and a really involved developer, I think, makes it a difference. So this is not for profit like a lot of other developers. And but I do think that we're in a position to let developers know what our wishes are, and we won't be forced into some of these other projects that come from private developers. But we need to have a plan. And I think that's what the Housing Authority did, and the commission before I became a commissioner. This was in the works before I came. I'm just glad to be a part of it.
And obviously, Commissioner Thornton, you were so involved in the community that's there now, well before you were on this body. Commissioner Myers. You're muted, ma'am.
Rest. Got to get better with my muting skills. Anyway, I just want to, I've been involved and gone down there a lot, and it has been a really wonderful process. And I think some of the individuals, who have been really behind that, Christina with the Columbia side, and some of the other people that she's had working with her. I know I was talking today to Latasha Sheets, who's done a lot of work with her, and they've just been very proactive in getting people involved. So I appreciate that. But I also want to say something because it's confusing to me still. This took a long time for me to get. We're voting on two things. One is the Downtown Athens Master Plan, and then also the proposed project concept. And if anyone happens to be watching and coming to this new, it took a long while for me to get my head around this. And because it's coming from the Bethel Homes, the affordable housing project is on the footprint of the old Bethel Homes. The North Downtown Athens Master Plan is a larger plan that's around there that we're using. We used monies to develop that plan and the Bethel homes all at the same time because it's so integrated together. But it is the first downtown master plan is visionary. I know someone had communicated with us about, the planning building and looked at some pictures here and said, oh, this is going to, it's going to go away. And I want to just make clear to the public that this is just visionary. Anything that would happen in the area outside of the Bethel Homes footprint, it would go through a whole other process itself, which would involve public input. And then the next item is we're talking more specifically about the Bethel Homes project. And since I have a minute left, I'll say, is there any possibility of getting one of these plans, like a paper one, so I could see it? The color's really nice too. Anyway, let me know if any of those are available, because it's hard for me to get all of this.
Yes, we can do that. And,
and I thought we sent, didn't we send that out? You didn't get a color
It's
plan?
my recollection that some were scheduled for delivery to City Hall, and I don't know if they've arrived yet or not.
That's right. I need to check, but they were supposed to go in the mailboxes. And Commissioner Link, I stand corrected. You are correct. February 19th is the last day for response. I think the final report should be issued on February 23rd, and I apologize for the confusion.
Okay. I knew the 19th was sticking there for some reason.
You are correct. I apologize. And I can speak to the difference between the concept and the master plan at whichever time, if anybody would like me to.
Blaine, this would probably be a good time to sort of dive into how those two things interface.
Thank you. So, this is a major redevelopment, a transformation of downtown that this commission, has been a major part of and a major driver for with our partnership with the Housing Authority and their private partners. So it is a bigger vision. What the citizens passed with SPLOST 2020 is a subset of the master plan. So the master plan looked at the main Bethel area, as Commissioner Myers talked about, and then some of the surrounding areas, including some properties owned by others and Athens-Clarke County for ultimate build out. And it's important for everybody to understand the wording that the mayor and commission uses when it takes on master plans is accept. It accepts, it understands the various parts and pieces of it, but it's not saying it's prioritizing all for funding. With SPLOST, any SPLOST project, we have a process that was approved by the Mayor and Commission years ago that we use in virtually all of our SPLOST projects. And there's a user group that's involved, and they're an advisory group, and they are given the task of the initial design concepts. Everything is brought forward to the Mayor and Commission and the public through work sessions and public input sessions, and their check-ins with the Mayor and Commission for project concept, preliminary plans. And so this is the kickoff of the use of the SPLOST funds to realize the North Athens Downtown Project. And basically, this is a partnership again with the Housing Authority, which is a quasi-governmental entity, and private partners beyond them. And so SPLOST law is very particular about how those funds are spent when you're working with private entities. So just so everybody understands, number one, the project concept, which is a separate vote, is based entirely on the master plan. So the master plan gets accepted first, that's the vision. And the project concept's a little more specific about the idea of what the SPLOST funds would be used for. And just to be clear, the SPLOST funds were used for the Bethel project in two ways. One is to purchase the property, and that was about $18 million. And then another $19 million is set aside for phased demolition of the existing structures, grading, new streets and sidewalks, new utilities, stormwater, a park. There's other features that you can see that are in the master plan itself. And what we're calling that is the site development or horizontal development, the flat that happens across the site. And then afterwards, our partners, who are a mix of the authority and private entities, will build the vertical structures to finish the project. And so this is a very complex project. It's based on phasing. Y'all have always been consistent about not wanting to displace anybody. So I think thought's going to go into how the existing buildings are demolished and how the new phases come out of the ground. It's also based on getting, I think, the Housing Authority and their partners attracting tax credits from the state, and you don't get them all at one time. And so they're doing it. They've got approved for the first tranche of those. And so the project concept and if I might, Mayor, the intergovernmental agreement, that's one more item past us on the agenda tonight, is a partnership with the Housing Authority. What we're going to do is normally the user group and recommends to the Mayor and Commission the selection of design professionals. In this case, the intergovernmental agreement basically says to the Housing Authority and their partners, you pick out the civil engineers that will help design the horizontal project because they need very tight coordination with the ultimate vertical build out. But what we're preserving in the intergovernmental agreement is for the preliminary plans to come back to you, just like we always do in our SPLOST processes. So again, it's a partnership, a little bit different, but it's a very big, complex project, and we're trying to be mindful of coordination.
Thanks for that, Blaine. I appreciate it. All right. We will move on to, as Manager Williams described, the project concept, item number 15. Any further input on this? Commissioner Myers?
Maybe Manager Williams can continue with his lesson for me and for others. When I was talking with one of the neighborhood leaders who's worked over there, she was talking about like some things still people are talking about, and I'm not sure, I couldn't really explain because I wasn't quite sure at what point do some of the details on like crosswalks and accessibility to the parks, is that at the next level, or the public art? We're still at a very conceptual level. So here we're not necessarily looking at, are there crosswalks indicated already that will be in there, or is that's down the line?
Yes, ma'am. That's really down the line. In fact, I cautioned the group against getting too specific, even down to the street grid. But if you look at the master plan, it does contemplate how the streets would be laid out. Mm-hmm. So the preliminary plans, we might start to address locations of crosswalks. The final details, mm-hmm. if you can follow me here, because I had to work through this with some of the mm-hmm. some of the folks. Because this is a phased development, we don't want to design all the crosswalks across the entire development until we know exactly how the buildings are situated and what makes sense for pedestrian access. So we're going to get to preliminary plans for all of the Bethel property and all of what we call the College and Hoyt property, which is behind it. So we'll understand how all the major stormwater and water utilities and street grid and sidewalks all work. And then as the Housing Authority and their partners design what's going to happen inside those blocks, which will be paid for with private funds, the vertical construction, then that will indicate maybe where some of those pedestrian access points are best be served. So yes, number one, it's later, and it could be plenty of time to talk about.
Blaine, that will be when the commissioners get their package. It would be a lot clearer, wouldn't you say?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the ultimate vision and build out.
I guess I want to make sure that we do not try to answer so many questions that are not in phases, because I'm always trying to tell people kind of hold back because they're thinking it's going to be this new building next week.
Yeah.
And that's not the case. And it is not going to be the case for a while. So we got to be kind of helping other people stay grounded while and maybe I'm a little bit more grounded because I've been part of the process. But I surely don't want people to start thinking things are going to happen today or tomorrow.
You're exactly right, Commissioner Thornton. And this particular intergovernmental agreement is just for design. There'll be another intergovernmental agreement that'll come back to you to talk about construction. So basically what's going to happen from here forward if you approve the project concept and you approve the intergovernmental agreement, a design professional will be hired to prepare preliminary plans for the entire site. Those will come back to you for approval. Then after that, for the first phase that'll be defined by the authority and their partners, final construction plans will be developed for the horizontal site work. Okay. And at that point, you will be asked to enter into another intergovernmental agreement to talk about how the construction will take place. So there's sequential steps here. There's plenty of time for folks to participate. You're just saying to the world with approval of a project concept, this is generally how these funds are going to be spent. And then with the intergovernmental agreement, you're saying, here are our partners, and here's the roles and responsibilities and how those things will take place with design.
But Blaine, so does everybody have an idea of what the horizontal concept is? Maybe that's where we're getting lost at, because that was a little hard for me.
I think that's a good distinction, Commissioner. Blaine, can you just address what that means to the lay folks out there?
Yes, and I'm sorry. And when we say horizontal, we mean flat. So that would not involve any structures sitting on the ground. It would just be what's happening, but everything that has to take place to facilitate that. So it will demolish the existing structures in a phased approach. It would be grading that would be required on the site. It will be better stormwater management, and we're talking for the entire site, one stormwater pond and perhaps a park that would be along with that. All the streets, all the sidewalks, all the water and sewer lines that would serve the development. So all of those things that have to take place except for the buildings is basically what we're talking about.
That underlying groundwork that's necessary for the buildings to even emerge. Commissioner Thornton, was there any follow-up you wanted from that?
No, I struggled with the horizontal concept, so I know a lot of people does, but the complexes that we visited when we went to Atlanta, they did a beautiful job with the stormwater and the stormwater pond. That was a huge issue. So I just think just how they've done their storm, and I think I've sent all of you pictures by text. I mean, it's just beautiful the way they've worked in their stormwater and connected the park right there. So there's really a potential to really beautify that area. And just to go one step further, whenever we get to the Jackson Street piece, added on to that, that's really going to beautify that area. It's going to be really nice.
Thanks, Commissioner. Moving to Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I think it's a real testament to the good work done that there's not a whole lot to debate right now in such a massive undertaking, because it's been done so well and with so much public input all along. So want to thank everybody who's been a huge part of that, which is a list that would take much more than 3 minutes to go through. But I did want to ask, we talked about street renaming earlier, and I understand that Madison Ave is a part of this because that's the historic name that was there. But I'm guessing it's named after the president, who's maybe not the best example of a person we'd want to name a street after. And I'm curious if we wanted to rename this street. The only existing, it's a Clarke County owned building right now, is the only one that fronts it. So is now an appropriate time to talk about, is the approval of this phase of the development an appropriate time to talk about whether we'd want to give that street a different name? Or is that at a future phase?
My
separate process.
My out of the gate thought is that really what we're talking about now is the street bed in that approximate location, and we would have enormous opportunity in the months ahead to kind of talk about the actual name of the thing.
Okay,
and I'd like to point out too that with Columbia Brookside, I thought they did a very thoughtful job of renaming the streets within that development that replaced the old Paldo. So there is some precedent for that, and I thought something to look to, and certainly there's time for that, Commissioner Hull.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were out ahead of that and there weren't addresses being applied to a street name, before we had a chance to have that conversation with the community. So,
other input?
You can make it Madison Davis. One of the first Black legislators elected in Reconstruction from Athens, Madison Davis and Alfred Richardson.
Okay, well, let's move on.
All right. Everybody okay moving on to the intergovernmental agreement? And I think Blaine just in his comments a moment ago did a good job explaining that this is professional services here. All right. Let's go ahead and then move on to item 17. This is the Legislative Review Committee recommendation for review of lead certification program, sort of expanding the number of prospective programs and providing sort of better clarity in language around what we're seeking in our public buildings as we build or renovate or upgrade them. Any input on this item? Commissioner Myers?
I just want to say how excited I am to be involved with this, and emphasize again what you just said, that these are for the Athens-Clarke County buildings. And I want to follow up on the comments that Michael Songster presented from 100% Athens, which I am still very much involved with. He has already shared them and worked with a little bit with Andrew Saunders on them, who's been very open to all of the points he makes. And I wrote them down here as much as I could have them from what we discussed before. I won't mention the paragraphs like he did, but really it had to do with addressing a little more clarity about the percentage of EV charging with parking, more explicit wording in the projects about solar energy readiness, also having energy consumption data available at different parts of the process of getting new buildings, planning for new buildings, and then 18 months afterwards, setting up energy efficient targets, and also including a regular review of these guidelines, especially starting with right after the 100% clean energy plan is finished with the citizen community, citizen group. And so I've talked to LRC. I'm getting sort of loopy here as the hours go on here, but Chair Allison Wright for advice on this, again, because I'm new to here, but I would offer that I would work with Michael and Andrew to put those items into a CDO. Allison, are you shaking your head? Right. And of course, really want to hear what other people have to say as well along those lines, and see if that's something people are interested in or have thoughts on.
Allison, I don't know if you want to kick it off, and then I'll turn to Commissioner Link.
Well, yeah, thanks for grabbing the public input and tying it in. And that was my first knowledge of, the depth of what updates that you wanted for a commission defined option. Off the top of my head, it seems like it's probably more than a commission defined option should be. And Kelly, it might be that you take a little time and look at the charge that we had on this topic from way back when and make sure, because I thought what we brought forward out of committee was matching what was assigned to committee. And I think some of these more refining points are worth moving forward and capturing, but it might be in another either assignment or another phase 2. So Kelly, if you could study that a little bit based on what you learned today, that'll help us know how to address this as a mayor and commission with a committee assignment coming out for everybody.
My initial read is that the charge was fulfilled in that there were multiple review opportunities for new or improved ACC buildings. And then in addition to kind of a greater multitude of review processes rather than just lead, there was some additional goal language embedded. So in some ways, the kind of report even goes beyond the initial charge, which is good. I mean, I think that all helps. So anyhow, I'll do a little digesting and get back to the group in the next day or two. And Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I also wanted to respond to some of the items that Mr. Songster brought up. And I'm interested in sitting down with Commissioner Myers. I sent you a text, Carol. So I'm hoping that we could put our heads together and look at this. I haven't had a chance to fully digest it, but I am interested in working on a CDO to see to it that we can, work some of these additional issues into it without overshooting the charge. So I'm interested in doing a little bit of work on this.
Commissioner Denson?
I was just giving a thumbs up. I thought that's a good idea.
All right. All right. More work forthcoming. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that all those words sounded like a lot, but in the mid.
You accidentally muted a second ago.
Oh, bad with that. I'll practice for next time. Okay. But this sounded like a lot, but in reality, in this, I don't know how long this document was, 4 or 5 pages. This was really just adding a couple of sentences in a couple of places. I mean, not like just one sentence in a couple of places. So it really, and there were things that Andrew was like, yeah. So I don't think it's a major change from what he actually presented, but we'll work on this more. I just wanted to clarify that for if people haven't dug into that whole policy that he gave us, because it was a bit of a revision from what we saw in the LRC meeting.
Commissioner Houle or Manager Williams, were you about to respond to element of that?
Well, I did touch base with Andrew, and I think he did think that some of these could be incorporated. He was just nervous about straying too far away from what LRC had said. So, obviously he can't, and I know you're not intimating that. There are, some fixed energy reduction targets, and solar readiness can be difficult. It can be done though. So there are some things to discuss. Thank you.
Thanks, Blaine. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to say, it was my understanding when we were in the LRC meeting that something like this would be coming forward with input from Andrew Saunders, among others, between, moving out of committee and when we'd vote on it. So I love the idea of it being captured in a CDO, if that's feasible. And if it needs to go back to committee, that works too. But I guess the spirit, I think, of why it left committee was to try to move it through more quickly. So if we can capture all these things in a CDO and pass it, I personally feel like that would be ideal. And I just want to thank Commissioner Myers for taking that work on, and members of 100% Athens for helping develop it, and Andrew Saunders for being willing to work with it to get it to the point linguistically that it needs to be to match our policy language legally. So.
All right. We will do a little more workshopping on this, and we'll talk about that next few days. Item 18 is by title only. The Classic Center Authority, as I understand it, generally is going to be requesting support for the General Assembly changing their bylaws to allow some economic development activities that feed into their core mission. For example, they're going to be having a senior housing development that provides some of the funding for them, for which they currently have to use a conduit, which is an outside authority. They can't do that on their own. Although in talking to their board chair, he wanted to make it clear that in no way would that change the requirement of the county commission to approve any new campus elements of theirs. They just didn't want to have to use an outside authority like the Housing Authority or the Downtown Development Authority when they do those activities as a legal mechanism.
Mayor, I'd like to ask a question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when are we actually going to see that language, and is it going to be voted on in March?
My understanding is that they have it. They just wanted their board chair to write a letter, and so I think that his intent is to deliver that in the next day or two. Okay.
And okay, I'll just wait and see the language. I don't know. I can understand trying to not have the middleman approach to it, but I do want to make sure that this body and the Mayor Commission does not lose any oversight on what those projects would be, because I don't, certainly I know we did a project with the Downtown Development Authority for the student housing, not student housing, excuse me. Y'all got me thinking about student housing all the time now. But senior housing. Thanks, y'all. But for the senior housing, but I just want to make sure that, there's oversight there, that it maintains a senior housing development and doesn't, you see where I'm going with this. I just want to make sure that the Mayor and Commission, I can appreciate not having the middle person involved in the projects, but I do believe that everybody ought to have some sort of oversight to them associated with what they're doing and to maintain what they say they're going to do. So, all right, just look forward to the language. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, are we ready to move forward with planning and zoning items?
Yes, sir.
All right. Rick, do I have to give you permission to share? Are you able to do that?
Yes, I believe you have to give me permission.
All right, there we are. I am making you presenter right this moment. Might take a minute to sync. All right, you should have it now.
Okay. I can share my screen. Let's see.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, is this coming through? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to back this up a little bit. Oh. Okay, there are three cases coming for you tonight from the Plan Commission. And the first one, you may remember a couple years ago, there was a plan development. And they're coming back tonight. There were some conditions of that plan development, and they're coming back to change some of those conditions. So this is the Living Hope Church at 2150 Lexington Road. It's an amendment to that RS5 plan development. The location is at Lexington Road and Lexington Heights. And just aerial showing the campus of the church. Traditional neighborhood future land use designation will remain. The RS5 PD designation, zoning designation will also remain. So this is the plan from 2 years ago. The one that's currently the binding plan on the property. At that time, there were a couple of houses back here on the property. The campus has expanded over time to the east, which is to the north or to the top on this plan, as well as to the south, which is to the right. So they've acquired their properties over time, and they took down one house, one still remains. There were a couple of driveways that remained from those houses. And over time, there was an informal gravel parking lot that sort of expanded. So they came back to do a more formal parking area. And this plan actually shows those driveways being closed. Now, there is a driveway that would stay there at this location on Lexington Road. There's also a couple of driveways on Lexington Heights, and they were to be connected, all connected into one big parking lot, contiguous parking lot area. Other improvements were a youth building and a basketball court here. A house to be taken, an old house, I believe, back here to be removed for a stormwater management pond. And then you'll see, I'll go down to this slide. This is the proposal here. We don't have the youth building anymore here. The basketball court's being moved over here, closer to Lexington Heights. The driveways they would like to keep open here to Lexington. These are single lane drives still, about 15 feet in width. And so I'll get to what Public Works is saying about that. But there's not a connection between this parking lot and the other parking areas. So just backing up a bit, we are amending the RS5 PD, just the 2018 rezoning conditions. These were a parking buffer, dealt with a parking buffer, a fence, driveway closures, a drug rehab facility, and then also this proposal is allow some parking lot and other minor improvements. Again, the future land use designation would remain. So they are improving existing property conditions, and three of the five 2018 conditions have been met. The fence has been removed. That was a fence that was just out of compliance. That's been removed. The rehab center is no longer on the property. There's a buffer that actually a parking buffer is actually there. It just wasn't showing up on the plan, so that's no longer needed. It is on the binding site plan. Now, the two conditions that still remain that have not been met, there's a building, it's denoted as administrative programming on Lexington Heights. It was a former duplex. It's never been officially changed or permitted as an office building, so we'd like that to go through staff review to just give it a change of use, make sure all the codes are met for that change. And then the fifth condition to close the two driveways again has not been met, and they're asking to keep those open. So Transportation and Public Works, they would like to see them closed, but if the church wishes to keep them open, they just ask to be made one way. We have 3 driveways along Lexington. It's a high volume, corridor. And of course, with church services, a lot of people are coming and going at the same time. So they're pretty close together. So they've asked that they be made one way in, one way out. And then also the parking lots be connected, because if there's not space in this top lot here, or the eastern lot, then you'd have to go out and come back in somewhere else. So if there was a little cut through here in the middle, we feel like they showed on the earlier plan to connect all of them, then you would avoid that going out and coming back in on this very busy corridor. So if you can't find a space in one of these lots, you could go to the other. And so that's the conditions. The 2 driveways be made one way, connected by a 2-way drive. Staff permit to change the building 1 duplex to an office use. And then the accessible parking, just to a little bit better distribution and have them be the closest spaces to the buildings that would meet the code better. Just a little bit of a shuffle of the handicap spaces there. And that concludes the staff report on this case. It was a unanimous recommendation of approval with these conditions.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. I had to get Commissioner Parker back in. Commissioner Parker, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Cool. So yeah, this is my district. I'm assuming this is when I talk. I take no issue with this. I think the conditions for approval make sense. It's good to get an update on this. This is one of the first things I voted on, I think, when they last came to us back in 2018. So I will be supporting we move this ahead.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input on this item? All right, Rick.
Okay. The next item we have for you is 235 and 245 Floyd Drive. This is a straight rezoning request from I Industrial to EI Employment Industrial. These 2 properties are located at the end of Floyd Drive, which is off of Old Jefferson Road. You can see Club Drive here, which goes down to Cathwood. Your next item tonight will be on these properties nearby. So this is basically just connected by one parcel. They would have come in together, but it is a straight rezone for these 2 parcels here. The aerial photograph shows a current storage yard, towing yard with a garage. You can see also the Floyd Drive just sort of dissipates into dirt at the end. There's not really a formal cul-de-sac to it. So the future land use employment center would remain. It's compatible with the current and proposed zoning. I do want to point out next to this is a single family residential area. This is a vacant tract, and then you have the country club, or sorry, I forgot the name of the subdivision. But
Country Club Estates.
Country Club, okay. Country Club Estates next door. Okay, so the industrial zoning again changed to EI. We already have EI adjacent. You can see sort of a little bit better transition from the I. We also, this tract here, we have some oil storage facilities. And the same thing, heavy manufacturing would be allowed on these two lots right next to RS 15. So it's a little bit better transition there. I to EI, and I, of course, has the heavy manufacturing. EI is more of a lighter manufacturing and a little bit of a commercial use zone. Now, this is a straight rezone, so we don't have a binding use or binding conditions. Two parcels, about 4.5 acres, employment center, future land use would remain. Again, proposal for a medical center, and we just don't have, anything binding as far as in the report or the or conditions at this time. But and then this one is, again, this is the straight rezone, so this doesn't have the old conditions as we see on the next case. So this is the concept plan. You can see a proposed medical center here. They're already working, I believe, on a parking lot on the other side of Floyd Drive. They own this as well. And then this is the next case here with the cancer center expansion, the medical park here. But this property itself is the one in question, these two parcels. And again, just not a binding plan. This is so the Plan Commission does find the rezoning is compatible with the future land use designation. It borders other EI zone parcels, replaces the more intensive industrial zoning, and it does provide a little bit better transition to that RS zoning. So the Plan Commission recommended approval unanimously with these conditions, that the developer be responsible for Floyd Drive improvements. They will basically own all around the cul-de-sac to finish off that street. And then also they did want to limit the uses. And you'll see this on the next case as well. These are things they felt would be more in line with that RS property next door. So obviously medical centers, which they are intent to develop. And they haven't, they've said in the meantime, they're not sure what the property would be used for. They did ask, would the towing storage yard, could they remain? And they could, even with this rezoning as a non-conforming use. They certainly can stay there, but these would be the uses in the future whenever something else develops. So medical centers, professional services and office, administrative or research facilities, broadcasting or production studios, business, trade schools, colleges, and nursing homes. So that concludes the staff report for Floyd Drive.
Thanks, Rick. And Commissioner Link, this is in your district.
Yeah, I got to look at these plans maybe 3 or so weeks ago, and I think it's a perfectly reasonable request. It actually allows for less intrusive uses if that subdivision were to develop out more, that adjacent tract of the subdivision. So I see the Planning Commission voted unanimously for it. I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Thanks for that. Any other input on this item?
I'm just curious what the Floyd Drive improvements would be when it says that they're responsible for those.
Yeah, it would be basically to provide a cul-de-sac. There's not a turnaround right now at the end of the road, so to provide a cul-de-sac for our basic cul-de-sac, like with a turnaround for cars, vehicles that would go down the street and not have to use private property for turning back around. So it'd be some kind of, and I don't know, working with Public Works, if that would be a hammerhead or a regular, round cul-de-sac, but something where cars can go back without getting on private property.
Does that help, Commissioner?
Yeah, and I guess I'm curious, we're talking about the potential for this to eventually blend in with the the RS zoning right next door there. I mean, as ridiculous as it might seem to have a sidewalk on that street now, if that street were to eventually connect with an adjacent residential neighborhood, is that going to be part of what the improvements are now, or is it just going to be a straight up asphalt street with no pedestrian infrastructure?
Right now, I don't think there's a plan to connect. I did look at that property, and there is a Club Drive connection as well as another right-of-way further into the neighborhood that they could connect to, which normally, we want to have at least two ways into a residential subdivision. So I don't think they need to come out on Floyd Drive, but that certainly, the right-of-way could certainly be extended to the property line. And let me go back on the map here. So go back to this one. That would affect some of their proposed parking, not much, but that right-of-way certainly could be extended for potential connection. I think it's just because this is a residential, whereas this is more industrial. It hadn't really been thought of that much, but certainly could be looked at.
Yeah, I guess I'm imagining that if among the many uses here are things that people might live adjacent and walk to work or walk to the medical facility or whatever, it might be good to have a safe way to walk built in.
Yeah, certainly
in this rezone.
Yeah, if not a vehicle, certainly pedestrian connection. Perhaps at least allowance of future connection when that RS property gets developed. Yeah, certainly that could be looked at. Like I said, if it only had one way in, we probably would have looked at that to go ahead and provide that connection so that property could develop. They do have at least two other possibilities, but yeah, certainly pedestrian for folks to get to the cancer care center, the medical center, or employment, or as patients. So.
And so if we were to move forward with just the Planning Commission's recommendations, those specific pedestrian infrastructure wouldn't be included in the way they're defining road improvements. We'd have to add an additional condition on top of that. Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe so, because right now the way the transportation is written, it is that the pavement ends short of the platted cul-de-sac. So we're looking at the existing right-of-way, and that the developer will be responsible for completing that pavement. So yeah, I don't think they're planning on going past the current right-of-way.
Can I add something to that? If that were to be a condition, I think this would be something that would have to be, the folks who live in Country Club Estates would have to be notified, because then that would mean a through street coming into their neighborhood and could increase cut-through traffic. There's been no opportunity for public input on such a concept. Often, you see folks who live in subdivisions less open to these new thoroughfares into their neighborhoods simply because you don't want cut-through traffic through your neighborhood, especially a neighborhood like Country Club Estates where they don't have sidewalks. So I'd be reluctant to add that as a condition, with the concept that I don't see any future viability of Floyd Drive connecting into that neighborhood, really. I'd have to study the maps more.
I think there's maybe been a little bit of confusion in that. I'm just wondering about the pedestrian connection through, and then.
You mean from Country Club Estates into this industrial office park? Yeah,
or just that if they're going to be building out the road anyway, to have a sidewalk along the commercial frontage they're putting in, and then a pedestrian pathway that cuts through to the edge of the lot.
Because
I anticipate, just given the relative scarcity of modest density single family zones this close into town, that at some point that RS15 parcel is probably going to be platted out. And I'm sure when they do that, they'll want to determine whether or not there be a connection directly to Floyd Drive, depending on the nature of the then use of the Floyd parcels.
Totally. I guess what I'm saying is
a little bit early in the process.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if the developer is going to be paying to build the road now, we've got all these sidewalk gaps all over the community. And so if down the road we think that might get platted out, if there's a chance to just get that little bit of sidewalk built into the cul-de-sac, which might seem silly to have at this point, but would make sense to have built years from now.
So
and then who would build it besides the county at that point? So
this is a straight up rezone. So when these parcels do get developed, then they would be required to put in that sidewalk, correct?
Well, they'd be required to put in the frontage sidewalk.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think we could require a sidewalk across their private property to connect to another property.
No, but that would only be necessary if the road were to cut all the way through into that adjacent residential property.
Yeah, there may not be a way when the RS-15 property develops. I just don't know if the sidewalk's there and they want to use it. I don't know if there's a way to require that developer either to make that connection. There may just be someone's backyard. Right?
Yeah, if that RS-15 property develops and they plot out a street grid that foresees connecting with Floyd Drive, then they would be beholden to put sidewalk on that street. But in the meantime, when these two Floyd Drive properties develop out, then they also would have to put sidewalk fronting Floyd Drive. That corner parcel could be kind of iffy.
Given the dissimilarity of use between the employment zone and the RS-15, it's probably more likely that there would actually be a fence between the two properties.
I agree. I agree. Typically there's a buffer required between these zones.
Right. Yeah. Whatever develops on the EI zone would have to have a buffer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But when they do develop out, Floyd Drive is a public street, so they would have to put that sidewalk when they do develop. Likewise, any development that goes in that vacant RS-15 lot or land would have to put in sidewalks when they plot that out.
Yeah, along the streets.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other thoughts about this one before we move on to its near neighbor? All right, Rick.
Okay, this is the last case tonight. This is 3320 Old Jefferson Road. It's a little bit more complicated. It's got some conditions, a lot of conditions from 2000 rezoning. It's employment industrial with conditions, and this is the medical office park at Old Jefferson and Cathwood. There's a parcel, there's two parcels, one that's developed. I think these are condo lots here. And this is the parcel that has remained undeveloped up to this time. And so to develop that tract, they want to modify some conditions. And this is an aerial showing this second parcel is just primarily wooded at this time. And so the future land use employment center would remain, and the zoning EI would remain. This is the 2000 site plan. I got to blow up on the next one here. So they did things a little bit differently back then, more general type of binding site plan. We have some envelopes basically of building and parking area instead of detailed footprints and so forth. And so a lot of conditions went with this. This is right before we adopted the 2000 zoning ordinance, which in many ways is more stringent. And so back then, I think to make up for a little bit more lax zoning code, they put a lot of conditions on here. We listed all those in the staff report. So we have two parcels of 15 acres. The employment center, future land use would remain. Proposal for medical center campus expansion. They would like to remove the binding plan so they can make this expansion and some of the zoning conditions. On track 1A, this is the one that's developed. There's a requirement of a buffer between the two parcels, and of course that would need to be removed in order to expand through that area. The trees, parking lot trees, are actually proposing to be more stringent. It's 1 per tree, 1 per 10 spaces under their zoning right now, and they like to come up to current code of 1 per 7 spaces. Signage, however, on the other hand, would be a lot more of allowance. It's limited to about, I think, 40 square feet right now, and they would have a good chance of going way over, I think, 144 square feet or something. So if you've been by there, the signs are pretty small. They probably could use more signage, but at least on Old Jefferson. But lot coverage, again, that would increase. So what they would like to do is basically meet the EI zoning ordinances, zoning standards of today. The track 3 is the undeveloped tract. Again, they would like the buffers and the trees, building height, lot coverage, lighting to meet the current standards. Fire flow, we don't usually put that into a zoning ordinance nowadays. It's a fire marshal standard. They work out with utilities, and it's more of a health and safety issue. So they like to remove that fire flow standard. So with that, again, the same concept plan. In this case, we're talking here about going, basically the cancer center, which is here now, would expand, have a new building over here on the undeveloped portion. We're also showing a detention pond that would help handle the stormwater coming off this new developed area. I think that's a concept plan. So we're not talking about a binding plan or even a binding use. It's like with, it just has a lot of conditions on it. So the Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions. The 2000 ordinance conditions that are not being waived, just to clarify that those would remain. Development, again, like with Floyd Drive, limited to the same uses: medical centers, professional services and office, administrative resource facilities, broadcasting production studios, business trade schools, colleges, and nursing homes. They've asked to be able to use the current buffers. We thought with adjoining the RS zoning, there is allowance of a 6-foot tall fence with a 10-foot buffer. Going from the buffers they have right now, it's more similar to our 50-foot undisturbed or 20-foot planted buffer. So the Plan Commission is recommending keeping at least a 20-foot buffer. And then existing conditions 14 and 15 have to do with the binding nature of the plan. So if we're removing the binding plan, those just seem to naturally come out. 16 had to do with a property dispute at that time, which apparently was resolved. There's no longer seems to be property in dispute, so that could be removed as well. So that concludes the staff report.
All right, Commissioner Link, this is also yours.
Yeah, I mean, this is, directly related to the previous request, and I agree with the Planning Commission. They didn't seem to have a problem. I have a question for Rick. Did any of these conditions that the Planning Commission asked for conflict with the requests by the developer? Is there anywhere where they didn't see eye to eye, or the developer might oppose the condition?
Well, I will tell you, and I don't know, he may have changed his mind. Frank Pittman's the applicant on this one. He did tell me earlier one time after our staff report went out that he thought they would like to keep the parking lot, independent parking lot possibility. That is something that was actually not allowed earlier, but he said, in case the towing storage yard went away and they needed parking and it was still a separate parcel, that they could use that for a parking area. So he didn't, I told him he might want to speak up at the Planning Commission meeting, and he didn't at the time, but it may be good to touch base with him. I don't know if that's still something they're thinking of, or he changed his mind.
So he's talking about a standalone parking area?
Yeah, one on a separate parcel, not with a primary use, just a standalone parking area, which normally that's permitted in the EI zone.
Oh, it is permitted in EI zones.
Yeah. So it was prohibited by the 2000 zoning, and then we didn't add it to this list. So that may be something to check with him on. They were fine with the rest of these as seeming going along with our campus type development. So they were fine. They were fine with these others.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on this one? All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us this evening. For the public out there, we appreciate your presence. Rick, great presentation.
Yeah, welcome.
Lane, Judd, staff, everybody, please have a great night.
Night,
Be
night.
safe, y'all. Get something tasty out there.
Night, y'all.